And hello, boys and girls. Welcome back to the stream. It's your host, Marty Startled, and I've just had a bit of a rest and a bit of a chill. And now we will be playing a different game. Now we finished one game off our backlog, which was Alien Isolation. Now we will be playing a game called Forgotten City. In this game, you end up dropped into a sort of a Roman-style setting, where you're in a society where if one person commits a sin, then everyone is punished, and someone is about to commit a sin, and you need to work out who. So, without further ado, let us play the game. Hopefully, it's not going to be too loud. Let's make sure the audio is okay. Don't want to make it too loud or too quiet. Bring it down to about 30, and that should be fine. Mouse. Hello. Who are you?
Hey, you're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are?
Oh, you pick a boy or a girl. Right. Yeah. Okay. The
Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river? What's the last thing you remember?
Yeah, I need to turn on. Oh, I need to turn on turbo mode so you get no stilts. I barely
It
remember
does
anything.
look like you took a pretty hard blow to the head. You're just lucky you've been given a second chance. Which is why I feel terrible for what I'm about to say, but I have a favor to ask. There are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped or injured or worse. I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise
Okay.
to stay.
Don't you worry, love. I just need to calm down. I need to be a bit quieter. That's what I need you to do, because you're fucking up my noise gate.
What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him. If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please? Oh, of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy. I just...
Sigh.
What do you want to know? Oh, there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Know what I mean? Oh, I'd rather not say if it's all the same to you. All right, fine. Sorry if I
Karen.
sounded cagey, it's just that
Okay.
I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
So, Chiron. Okay, I get the similar. So I got the insinuation. You are the ferryman for the underworld.
You're welcome. Always happy to help. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not. But maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that is. You really don't remember? We're in Italy. This river is the Tiber. Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. Al... What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction
Have
and
you
never
tried
find
using your phone?
another soul. Trust me. Great. So you're ready to go look for Al? Thank you. The entrance is just past those columns behind you. Please, hurry. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I will.
What are you giving me? Oh, a flashlight. Okay, WSD, let's see how well you run. Not too badly. Oh yeah, you run awful. You run awful. So the first thing we need to do, go to our settings, to our video, turn on VSync, get rid of motion blur, and maybe go to windowed mode, full screen windowed mode. And see how well you run now.
The ruins are just beyond those columns. Please, hurry.
Still really badly. Turn off the vertical sync, apply that. Well, it runs fine, it just streams awfully. Alright, we're gonna have to do some fiddling here, boys. Let me go and make a game capture, no, window capture, apply source. Done. Turn off the window capture. Apply. Get rid of the game capture. Window capture. Okay, you're gonna hit me with it. No, you're not. Really not doing a rather good job. Oh, now you want to play the game. Okay. Okay, game. Does not stream very well. Streams very badly. So I limit. Let's save the game. Once I've saved the game, I'm going to exit and enter. Maybe it will work as intended, but I doubt it. Oh, look at that. The tear, the tear. Let's quit. And we'll try again. And if not, then we'll have to try a different game. Which would be a shame. Like, it's not, it shouldn't be graphically demanding, so I don't really understand why it's got such bad streaming. It might just be one area. Maybe I can just push through the area, and that's just me doing wishful thinking now. No, it does not stream well. Oh, now suddenly the stream's picked up. There's that one area that it does not like. How bizarre. Okay.
If you're reading this, It means I've discovered the entrance to an
And make sure I turn up the in-game audio, because you're going to hear that over what then hearing me.
ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves."
And then a bit more fiddling. So turn the volume up a little bit to about 40. Alright, that should be as good.
Showered in gold, but in vain. For this shall be their final resting place. Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? The people have survived down there, against the odds. It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation.
Rather not.
A warning. Al Worth.
Let's headbutt doors, open them. Fair one. None of you fellows seem particularly happy. This all seems rather barren.
Whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, she'll suffer the same fate I did. I spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. And here there are only two options: death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now and find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
I don't want to. That's a lie. I do. No gods here, old boy. And let's go through the freaking portal. Yay, No Man's Sky. Oh yeah, I got a quick load and quick save on this thing, otherwise I'm gonna have a bad time. F5. F5? Okay. Oh, this looks nice.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
I'm for fuck's sake, I should know.
No idea what you're talking about. Oh, wait. Are you a bit, not right in the head? That's all right, friend. Everyone's welcome here. We sort of lose track of the date down here, but it feels like the beginning of spring to me, so I'd say early March? It's 817 AUC. Sorry,
Oh,
you look
halfway
confused.
Kaiser.
817 years since the founding of Rome. Which part of the Empire are you from, exactly? But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine. Not laws, law. There's just one, the golden rule, and the punishment for breaking it's, well, it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming?
Yeah,
Follow
why
me.
not?
When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see, we've got a nice little community now. Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are
I
missing.
can't do much about the
No
Terran
idea
boys, I'm
how,
sorry.
since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your handsome new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking him to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her, if I were you. She's... it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... Well, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Galerius, you're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy.
Duly noted.
Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please. Follow me. The only thing you really need to understand right now is the golden rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the Golden Row is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. He's up these stairs.
Okay, let's go. Hello, magistrate. What do you want from me?
Are they?
Well, we can just get out that way. Let's get some ropes and that. Oh, you know what?
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? A curious name to match a curious accent. But I digress. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains, many hundreds of years ago. Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city without sin? Nor could I until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold. We've come to call it the Golden Rule. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun
It's almost up.
And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions.
It's a sort of
Ask
a
away.
puzzle game or a mystery game. You get sent back in time to stop a sin being committed in a ancient city.
An intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between
That's
the
not
gods
really
and
helping
the
in terms
people
of
of Rome.
specifics.
It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries. I'm glad you agree. The key things to remember are that we have laws forbidding
Nah,
treason
that place
and
new.
blasphemy,
Well, I haven't played it
murder,
before.
assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson and so on. I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows. I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you. You see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong in our time, do you? 2,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please, tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us? Of this city? I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times. But it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it.
How does this
All
ritual
I can
work?
tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all
Darkest
rituals,
Day, I think,
some
is the game we're
sacrifice
talking
is
about.
involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future? I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you? Well, I suppose that's all
That seems like
I
an
can
alright bloke.
ask for. Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot. Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better. Me? Why would you suspect me? I've just told you. I'm about to sacrifice my own life to ensure these people
Yeah, that was
have
the
a
most
second
intelligent
chance.
thing to ask.
What reason could you possibly have to suspect me, of all people? I'm glad you think so. Without trust, without each other,
That's a
we
fair
won't
one,
be able to
Magistrate
prevent
Sendius.
what is
You win
about
this
to
round.
happen. You mean you couldn't speak Latin before you arrived here? How strange. But the gods are active here, and their temples and shrines hum with power like nowhere else in the Empire. Perhaps when Proserpina brought you here, she planted the seed of Latin in your mind so that you could better serve her. Indeed. If I understand Proserpina's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the Golden Rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us.
I don't think that's how paradoxes
Makes
work.
sense? Ah, good. So, are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about
there
to
you
break
go.
the Golden Rule?
Quick time paradox.
Wonderful.
Easier said than done.
Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it'll win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately. Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
Okay, I'll get right on that. Why not? Yeah, it's a very beautiful game. It's on medium settings as well. Get it to actually run. Well, to get it to actually stream. Yeah, not too shabby. Alright, let's go see Lucretia. Lucretia. Can I loot stuff from you? Is this like a... I suspect that's where she works. Scintilla to Sentius, may Jupiter, Optimus, Maximus continue to protect and guide you. Thank you for making me your daughter and for a lovely birthday pendant. I promise I will wear it always. I feel so safe and fortunate to have you as my father, Sentius my sister. I sense you'll be feeling apprehensive about the election next month, but if you can just show them the strong and dependable man I know you'll be re-elected, I'm sure. If I steal this, I don't think it is Dawn. I'll be real with you, Chief. I don't think Lucretia is a stripper's name.
Ugh, this place has become a thoroughfare. Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want?
Who are you?
I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that? Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and figure I must know a way out too. Is that it? Well, that's just a stupid rumor. We have no idea what happened to Scintilla. I wish you mouth breathers would just leave me alone. I don't know. Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the harpies?
No, we can't commit crime, though. That's sort of part of the golden rule. We can't really go around committing crime.
We ate our evening meal together, and I remember she seemed happy. In love. We went into our rooms, I went to sleep, and when I woke up, she was gone. That's it. I think so, yes. But she was very careful about keeping his identity a secret,
Kind of Fallout.
even from me.
But Fallout writing is the writing in this game actually got a Pulitzer Prize.
Because our
the
father
writing in
had
Fallout
plans to marry her
has been
off,
subject to
eventually, and even a rumor about her
to
attachment to
widespread
some mystery
laughter.
man might have ruined those plans.
Father didn't mention any of this when I spoke to him, and you get why.
That doesn't surprise me. To him, it was like a prize cow wandering off from its paddock.
Yeah, there's a big
He's
meme about the
upset,
Fallout 3
of course,
writing.
but he says he's too busy with the election to help look for her. So he's letting Horatius do the heavy lifting. Some good that's done. I don't know, but it's been 3 weeks since she disappeared, and he hasn't come forward. That might speak to a guilty conscience.
Oh,
All I know is, whoever he is, he's still here in the city.
Well, he didn't kill anyone, because if he did...
You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers. I think it's their
getting the good
way
news.
of branding us, like cattle to be sold at market. His family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest. And my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor, but she's affectionately known as
I didn't know that.
Scintilla.
That's a little bit of Roman law.
Why? Because I'm on this couch and not pacing about the villa, wasting energy. I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her disappearance. Ugh, you're awful. Get out of my villa and never speak to me again.
Okay. Fine. I've got better things to do than hang around with you. What true? Yeah, that's what? Yeah, that's got a Pulitzer Prize. Oh, at least he got
Best behaviour, I
nominated.
trust. What now? I'm a legionary of the 1st Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate has assigned me other duties. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughters. Daughter, I should say. And the others, and making sure they're all behaving. I also keep a register of new arrivals. I'm from Liguria, up north originally. I was doing all right for myself. 12 years into my service. Had a nice girl lined up for when it was all over. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. I try not to think about it. My commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl and pick up a little pendant from a silversmith. That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets, shouting fire. People were screaming, trampling each other. Then some genetricum fugitive tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds, down towards the river. And then, nothing. Blacked out and woke up near here. No idea how I ended up floating so far downriver. But I'm fortunate to be alive, I suppose.
Fair enough.
He's one of the better commanders I've ever had, that's for sure. Good stoic. Lives by Seneca's words. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Can't ask for much more than that. I went around asking the same questions when I first arrived. Never did find a way out. But I learned how to accept my situation. To bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden. That's from Seneca the Younger, if you're interested. I don't see why not. Just make sure I get it back by tomorrow.
Aurelia, commoner, tavern keeper, tavern slum, claims no way out. Claudia, patrician, wife of Malleolus, villa central, notes none. Sisyphus, merchant, author's forum. Imprisoned in warehouse, commoner, Dulius. Foreigner, forage for scrap, slum, died in cistern. Oh, is the audio too, yeah, too bad? It shouldn't be that bad. It's just the stream behind it. Another guy disappeared. Malleolus, money lending, not to be trusted. Commoner, physician, locked herself in a palace. Increasingly agitated, restricted to her villa for safety. I'll take this. Thanks.
Of course.
What do you think about the golden rule? Tell me about the golden rule.
It's kind of like a divine version of the practice of decimation in the Legion. By threatening to execute 1 in 10 men. The idea is to ensure order and discipline among everyone. And it works. If you knew you could be executed.
Yeah, it should be fine. Yeah, it should be fine.
You'd bloody well watch him like 100-eyed Argus, wouldn't you? Because your only chance of saving yourself is to stop bad things before they happen. Makes us all responsible for keeping each other in check. It's brutal, of course, but effective. The Legion wouldn't be the most formidable force in the world without it.
Okay. I don't really want to go lecturing other Romans. It seems a bit tedious. Like, back in my day, we are much more civilized.
What's done is done. I was forced to execute my brother's
Yeah, get back. Imagine going back in time and lecturing people about their morality.
Life is harsh, and I've come to accept my lot. As with the golden rule, I don't have any control over it. So railing against it would be like trying to stop the seasons or the tides. As Seneca the Younger wrote, true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. Not to amuse ourselves with either hopes or fears.
Yeah.
But to rest satisfied with what we have, which is sufficient. For he that is so wants nothing. if you like. Not that it's any of your business, but my loyalty is and always will be with Sentius. Unfortunately, I don't think my vote is going to make any difference today. See, Domitius has been going around town, shoring up votes for Malleolus with lies, bribery, and intimidation. The man's a savage, but he's a gladiator, so people fear and respect him more than they should. Sentius knows about it, of course, but he doesn't have the same rat cunning as Malleolus. This place will be different with that sleaze at the helm. But I try not to worry about things I can't change. I appreciate the thought, but you're new here, and I just can't see how you could make an impact in the time between now and the election this afternoon. In any case, if you're interested in the election, go and have a chat with Aqueducts, the Vestal Priestess. She'll be overseeing proceedings.
Okay, there we are.
All right?
Right now, the first objective is the Shrine of the Apollo, but still. Oh, who are you?
Fresh meat, huh? What were you two talking about? Don't play dumb. I saw you.
I guess you want the
Having
same
a shady
thing.
little chat
Not
with
to
old
die.
man Sentius up on his balcony. What's he offering you? Money? Favours? What's your vote worth to him? What else would you be murmuring about on election day? Mark my words, Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day. And if I tell him you
Yeah,
sided with
it's
that
a funny
feeble
little
old
helmet, isn't it?
has-been, that you've been trying to undermine his hard-won victory, you'll have picked the wrong patron. Got it? Good, then stay out of it. Nobody likes Caput Murdae foreigners interfering in an election. Can't hurt. Her name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus, you go through me. Too bad. He's busy. Unless... No. You don't look like you could afford it. I'm glad you asked. See, he's a busy man, and this is an important day. He'll be inside practicing his victory speech for tonight. Left me strict instructions he doesn't want to be disturbed. So if you want to see him, I'll need something valuable in return. Dunno. Something good.
Oh, great. So you want something, you're just not sure.
Bribe? That's such an ugly word. What I'm looking for is more of a tribute to me, your soon-to-be patron. Just make it good. When Malleolus wins the election, yeah, this place will change. You won't even want to leave. You'll see. I think it's gone on long enough, and Malleolus is going to put an end to it.
Yeah, maybe a better helmet. That could be a way of doing it.
We've already lined up the votes he needs to win. Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem. Malleolus, of course. If old man Sentius can't even protect his own daughter, how can we trust him to protect us? Whatever. Just remember, I'll be watching.
I could probably sneak up there. Yeah, there's like a little, there's a little route down there, but we have better things to do. We have the actual mission to do.
Isn't the
Fear
great
is proof
temple
of a
majestic?
degenerate mind.
Hello, stranger.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite charming in its own way. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without due formality or courtesy ask, "What is your story?" The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, by which time you would already know how to address me. And then you would find a way to satisfy your curiosity rather more indirectly. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily formal way to communicate
Then
that
why are
is.
we having this
So,
conversation?
let's do it your way.
Quitia
You
or
just keep being yourself
Quishia?
and ask whatever you like. It'll be
Just
a
tell me your
refreshing
name. Oh, you already
change.
have.
You know,
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here? Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed
No, no, I already called that
odd
out.
to you. Why is that? The memes? What are
Okay,
the memes?
okay, good.
So, a bit like Egyptian hieroglyphs then? So your people make hieroglyphics depicting this accursed character, the one they call Karen. I wonder if... No. I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you notice any patterns. Good. Thank you. But please be careful. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too. Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of our little community, darning clothes and cutting hair. She was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers and asking them where they were from and how they wound up here. And then, about a month ago, she suddenly changed. She withdrew, stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. Galerius and I visited her to see how we could help, but she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows, and told us we were ignorant of some pattern. Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. Or, as Galerius suggested, the weight of the golden rule was too much for her. But there is a small chance that she learned something, saw a pattern nobody else saw, and that it broke her. I just don't want to see that happen to you. So be careful, will you?
I will be as careful as possible.
Now, go and follow the thread of truth through this labyrinth, and come back to me if you discover any patterns.
I'll get right
Come
on
back
it.
to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbors.
But actually, I won't get right on it because I want to go and do Dying Gasp. Hello. Oh, Jesus. Okay. That's a rather large statue right there.
Give me a moment. Sorry I'm such a mess. I just lost a patient and a dear friend. Julia. She was a good woman. She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally I'd treat her with resin of silphium, a rare plant which is perfect for this sort of thing. And I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and says, "That'll be 1,000 denarii." There was no way I could afford that, and he knew it. Then that toad shrugs and says, "Supply and demand. I guess you don't value your friend's life that highly." Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall. But there's no way I can do that down here with the golden rule. So all I could do is come back here and just watch her die. I kept on apologizing. And now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule, or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying breath. Well, unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, there's really just one thing you can do. Get me that silphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day or in the next hour. And I will not allow this to happen again. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient this way, I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that genetricum fututo and scratching his eyes out.
Alright, I'll see what I can do.
I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Nevia's clinic. I've just been filling in ever since she disappeared. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time. But I'd rather take this on myself than let one of you lot mess it up. My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more than I would have liked and turned into an awful philanderer. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, but I knew he would sooner have me killed than give me my right. So I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. And then the fires came. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious belongings, coins and gemstones, and the moment his back was turned, I ran. I could barely see for the smoke, and the streets were full of people trampling each other. I ran for the river, like everyone else, and leapt in. The next thing I remember, I was waking up on a riverbank, not far from here. I wish some people here need proper medical care, not the half-baked, hanging by a thread excuse for treatment I'm giving them. Just don't get sick or injured here. I'll do my best to treat you, but I'm out of my depth and dangerously short on everything you can imagine. A city without sin might sound good on paper, but whoever dreamt it up didn't think it through. Maybe it was an attempt to create some kind of utopia. But snakes like Decius will always find loopholes to exploit. And what can we do about it? Absolutely nothing. In some ways, we are worse off because we can't take the law into our own hands. Sure. What do you want to know?
I think she was poisoned, or was it self-inflicted?
Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would have broken the golden rule, and so maybe it's best we don't discuss it.
You know what poisoned her?
Hemlock, I believe.
What on earth are you talking about, though? What on earth? It makes no sense. It doesn't make any sense. Like, she's talking about a lack of supplies, and that she's not the standing physician, and you're going on about that.
I haven't seen her in months. She's not allowed to leave Malleolas's villa, and they are quite secretive.
You're on about people being poisoned.
Gladly.
She's a doctor. Oh no, she's a nurse. She's a nurse.
Well,
She's like a
come back
stand-in.
if you get sick or injured. Day or night, I'll do what I can.
So let's go talk to Decius, so we can stop this happening. Come on, Decius, move along.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Decius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
Hello.
Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Dacius. Terrible shame what happened to Yulia, but we just have to carry on, don't we? Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii. That's hardly my concern. But if you get a job, work hard, and save your coins, you should be able to afford it
I
within,
think Greek
say,
medicine wasn't that bad.
5
Roman medicine was actually that.
years?
It was backward, but at least it had some idea of diagnosis and some basic concepts. But yeah, it wouldn't have been too good.
Oh, it's perfectly legal. Simply a question of supply and demand, I'm afraid. Take it or leave it. Hear what? You sure you're feeling all right? If you're hearing things, perhaps you should pay a visit to Lucretia's clinic. We don't want another Navia on our hands. She claimed the statues were whispering to her. Nobody else could hear it. Then she shut herself in the palace and we never heard from her again. But I digress. Do you want this Silphium or not? Well, if you did that, you'd break the golden rule, and we'd share the same fate as the last lot who lived here. Is that what you want? Do you think I don't know a bluff when I see one? Nice try. Very well. Perhaps I can interest you in something within your budget? You mean, how did I end up here? That is a lengthy tale. All right. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome.
So I could steal it, but then I'd be
Mostly
committing a
sculptures,
sin, but it doesn't really
vases, the
affect me because I have to go
slave,
back in
fetch a
time.
magnificent price in Roman high society.
I wonder if
Have
this will
yourself
bite
a
me
nice little
in the
shop
arse at a
Rome,
later
just up
date.
the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing for a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin, so I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done.
You chose the cart, didn't you?
Of course I chose the cart. I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber. No, I dived in after it, of course. Aren't you paying attention? That was a bloody fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank, not far from here, with nothing in the world but a single silver coin. Thank you, friend. But it turns out it might have been a stroke of good fortune, because this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to get it out of here.
Yes, if you could just figure it out. Do you know a way
I'm
out?
afraid not. If you're desperate, I did hear that Aurelia down at the tavern claims to know of a way out, but I'm not sure I trust her. Some people here are a little shady for my liking. It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. At least down here. Of course, I have an idea for generating real wealth, but what I need is a bow. Just a simple composite bow. I've scoured this city from top to bottom with no luck. But if you happen to find one, bring it to me and we'll talk. Oh, well, technically yes, but that just means you'll need to be a little discreet. Thank you, friend. Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he have of protecting
I'm gonna
us?
have to go and save that daughter.
Not going to happen. Very well. Another time.
So I could just literally go to his cart and steal the Sisyphus resin, but then, you know what?
shall suffer for the sins of the One.
Okay, looks like the world is coming to an end. Look, you did this yourselves. Okay, imagine straight, do your thing. Thank you very much. Take me back through time. Well, I said steal it, so I stole it. I just did what the game told me. Suppose I could have paid for it, but with what money, you know? Hello again.
South. Oh, I guess. Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry, you should...
All of you worked hard on.
just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake, and if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite... But don't worry, it's...
Thanks.
Alright, see you around.
Save. Let's do the pulley thing. That's cool. I mean, this is an interesting way to get around. And then go back to Lucretia. And square her away.
What are you doing in here? She needs the resin of a plant called... What? Quick, Yulia. Yulia. Hopefully, in a moment, she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing? And at this exact moment?
You know how it is.
Are you some kind of oracle? A what? I'm sorry, that was like the you just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself.
Oh, I'm very proud.
She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eyes.
Yeah, you probably would.
In the meantime,
I don't
I'm
know.
happy to help you with whatever it is you
maybe
need.
you'd be resistant to all the diseases, like, because, you know, you're a Westerner, so... And you've built up all that resistance for like hundreds of years, so potentially. But then again, you'd have diseases or haven't been around a while. But I'm guessing this place isn't particularly rife with disease.
Oh no. Sorry, I don't mean to worry you, but no, that is definitely not normal. There was one other person who claimed she could hear the statues talking to her. But that was Nick. Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good, too. Until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying. But I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem, a real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed, and he's in constant pain. I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like it. And he's a little bit scary. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off. And I worry he'll end up losing his temper and lashing out. And you know what that means. I just know Nevia would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive. But nobody seems to know how to get into the palace.
I'll get right.
Really? That would be wonderful. Thank you. Let me know how you go.
So let's go to this palace,
Be
shall we?
careful who you
Let's
trust.
talk to Ulia first.
Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help
You're
me.
welcome. You'll be
I
dead in about
suppose.
100 years,
Was
and
there
I will
something
barely
you
remember
wanted?
you.
Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's just not safe for me to talk about it. Please, no more questions. The golden rule. That's the least of my worries. The gods may be cruel, but Malleolus and Claudia are far crueler. Please, just leave me alone. I don't want to talk about it. Persistent as Nemesis, aren't you?
Oh, bloody hell.
I can tell you, but it's a long saga.
A lot of pestering there.
All right. I'd been here about a week when it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe, and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. 1,000 denarii. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to save up that much. So she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did. I had to sign an agreement saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her so-called way out. Do you want to know what it was? Hemlock. Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. Of course, I demanded my money back, but she refused. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with those cruel black eyes, and she laughed. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only, he didn't seem upset or surprised at all. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's when I realized the two of them had planned the whole thing from the beginning. That's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years and there was nothing he could do. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the golden rule. And I couldn't be responsible for all those deaths, so he locked me in his villa. Confiscated everything I owned as collateral, and made me wear immodest, humiliating outfits while I worked day in, day out. His wife, Claudia, was just as bad. She sent me to work on an endless stream of futile, demeaning tasks. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop on it and hiss, "You missed a spot." Those two took everything from me. But they forgot to confiscate one thing: my hemlock. I just wanted it to be over, but it seems I messed that up too. Should have drunk all of it. I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle the other. I don't know how I could have been so stupid. When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. He'll escort me back to their villa, and I'll be right back where I started. Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep at night with the thought of a permanent solution. Honestly, it would have been better if the poison had been allowed to run its course. I doubt it. It seems this is the fate the gods have chosen for me, for trying to escape. At least until someone breaks the golden rule. Huh. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. A lot. But it doesn't matter. I made a suicide pact with Ulpius last night. He's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelius set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I are in this together. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's villa by now. If so, I'd never be able to live with myself, knowing I broke my promise to him. I doubt you could make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are, or why you seem so determined to help me, but thank you.
Anything else you want to say? Just face the wall, okay? Perfectly acceptable.
Oh. You mean my life story?
Yeah, we'll go and save that other guy in a bit.
I grew up as part of a big family in Rome. Me and 3 older sisters.
First I need to rob some cash.
Good husbands for my sisters, but I wasn't cut out for that kind of life. So he found me a job as a scribe for a prominent merchant. It was a good life for a while, until 7 months ago when the fires came. My colleagues and I worked desperately to try to protect our warehouse. We must have had 100 workers passing buckets of water, chanting prayers to Vulcan, but they fell on deaf ears. The fire was relentless, and it claimed everything and everyone. Well, almost everyone.
Gosh,
My
he sounds
employer
depressed.
told me to grab what valuables
Damn,
I
son.
could and flee for the Tiber with the crowds. I remember diving into the river, and then the next thing I knew, I was waking up on the riverbank not far
No
from
worries.
here.
Have a good one, Dol, and enjoy the rest of the week.
If that's your idea of a joke, it's not funny. Go away.
Oh.
I know what kind of...
Okay. Okay.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. Can't talk long. Got to stay sharp, but... family's from Seleucia on Tigris. Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions. The 6th. The one they call Ironclads.
That fading there is a bit of a nuisance.
Same way as everyone else. Because we're all in grave danger. Is it not obvious? Magistrate made me toss it in the chasm. Stupid. Going to have to improvise now.
You're going to have to improvise now. He says, I suppose we'll find out. Oh, it's just one of the areas that I think breaks down. Yeah, it is.
Be either. Nobody is supposed. Gah. Look, I haven't been. I get stirred up by things that shouldn't. You want to help me? Do?
Okay, so I face this way, and you're going to stop breaking on me.
If I did, do you? I'll tell you this much. I hate the fact that my survival depends on the common sense of other people. Then you know what I'm talking about. I mean, all these people just rumble along like nothing's wrong. Well, we're one bad decision away from being wiped out. Like the last lot of people who lived here. Seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. Whatever that is. And when it hits, it's everyone for themselves. You've been warned.
What do you think is coming?
I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these statues are watching us when we're not looking? Like they're waiting for something. I don't like it. Of course I am. Meliodas. Not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even protect his daughter in a city without sin. How's he going to protect us? No. Whatever.
Okay, let's go to the bluff. Can I get... How do I get up to the bluff?
Alve.
Fine. Interesting bluff. Nice.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh, no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please, please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him. Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how suicide is a crime against the Empire. You're not going to trick me. I'm no coward. I intend to go through with it. Like what? I'm stuck slaving away for that culus cumulatis for the rest of my life. What do I have to live for? You're just saying that to buy time. You must think I'm an idiot. I'm out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord. That poor lamb. Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. So I guess that means whichever god is responsible for it. It isn't mine. That was not your fault. There's no way you could have given him what he wanted, moments after you arrived. I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
Ah, we can fix that. Jump. Great idea. Let me just go in here first. Okay, I'll jump. I will jump statues because you told me to.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Thank you. I like it. Keep it. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizen.
Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above? That was either extremely reckless or impressively clever. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me? I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the election later today. I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this city, just as I've been promising. These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius's tyranny. By declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule, it's a children's fable exploited by Sentius to frighten us into submission. Wait, don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monstrous lie? The person making a claim bears the onus of proving that claim. Can you do that? Can you prove the Golden Rule is real? As you wish.
There's no point saying that because, of course,
I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here together.
he wouldn't know about the Golden Rule because he'd be dead if
to make the best of it.
the Golden Rule had gone to fact.
You mean the... I trust you could... Through the door, this...
A Greek lion statue. Interesting. Note from Julia. Julia to her captors, Malice and Claudia, curse you to depths. By the time you read this, I'll already be dead, because death is preferable to another day. In debt bondage to you, may vultures peck out your livers and Tartarus. Lock. The key should be on the left, apparently. Okay, I'll take the key. Jump the stairs.
Eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe because the tyrant Sentius told you which one forbidden.
You're not supposed to be in here. Talk. What business could you possibly have with me? My marital affairs are no concern of yours. Thank you very much. I think a better question is, why am I being interrogated by a stranger who just barged into my villa? I have quite enough marriage trouble already, without having to explain to my husband why I am receiving strange men in private. Preferably the way you came in, by which I mean, please leave. I think it's about to be broken if you don't hurry up and leave. Finally! This is outrageous.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
You deserve it. Ow. There you go, and I can square these two guys away.
Oh. Yulia. I'll go.
Okay. Ride a zip line. Run, 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 run. Hello, stranger. Goodbye, stranger. Hello, Imperial Dev. Welcome to the stream. While I attempt to enjoy, well, actually, I've been very much enjoying this game. Attempt to solve the riddle of this game. Still early days. I'm just doing the initial errands, so to speak. Interesting.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia.
Hello,
Welcome
Octavia.
to life under the golden rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not?
Again. Hello
How
again,
are you
Octavia.
faring so far? Ah, another stoic, perhaps. We all need something to help us through times like these. We've all been where you are now.
Found this
I remember
exploit
when
in
I
open
first arrived.
TTD.
I used to lay awake at night
Why do you want to exploit the
contemplating the
game?
big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What is the golden rule, and who or what is responsible for it? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. But I'm happy to share with you what I've learned. Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the gardens. It's not quite how I expected my life to go. I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. I was even betrothed to a handsome young man from a prominent family. But long hours of menial labor for the good of the community has its own charms too, I
Indeed.
suppose.
This is wonderful
much
stuff,
the same way
Octavia,
as
but
many of the
I need to
others.
save the other guy from jumping
When
off.
the fires came to Rome 7 months ago, my family and I fled for the Tiber, hoping to escape on a barge. We were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, there were a lot of desperate people, and they boarded before we could depart. A scuffle broke out, and I was pushed overboard. The last thing I remember was the water, rising up to hit my cheekbone. I woke up by the river, near that shrine, and stumbled across this place.
Fair enough.
If you like. I'm afraid not. Although I did once
Right,
hear
two
someone
companies,
gossiping
first
down
company
at
make a lot
Aurelia's
of money.
tavern about a possible way out. I don't put a lot of stock in such rumors, but if you're desperate and wealthy, you could look into it, I suppose. If that doesn't work, then I suppose we're all stuck here until the gods decide our fate.
You make two companies. The first company you make a lot of money, the second company will do nothing. After you get $1 million, buy stock in the second company. And as the first company, I don't think that's how stocks work. But yeah, I think I probably breaks a few laws, if I'm honest.
I hope it works out. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. I think about those words a lot. I'd like to think that if we all love our neighbors as ourselves and do to them as we'd have them do to us, then we'll all be fine. But on the other hand, I was always taught the intent of man's heart is evil from his youth, and that all of us are born with a tendency towards sin. And that's where I get stuck.
To buy the stock, you
Are
would
we
have
born
to
with a tendency towards
buy
sin?
a lot of money for that second company. So you've got your $1 million from company one. You got your then you give it to company two. Then you buy stock in company two. Well, you buy $1 million worth of stock from company two. So you can't give $1 million over to company two because you've already got $1 million in company two stock. So the company two stock goes up by 100%. Yeah, but $1 million worth of $1 stocks. Like, how do you get the stock in the first place? You've got to buy the stock, correct? So you've got to buy $1 million worth of stock, and then you get brokerage fees, things like that. Then when you give the $1 million, the stock goes from $1 to $2,000 each. I don't think that's right.
You don't think that's a little naive? I suppose you've never seen what I've seen.
I don't think that's right,
Innocent
Imperial.
men and women, torn apart in arenas while thousands of Romans look on and cheer. If that's true, then sooner or later, things are going to end badly for all of us down here. Unless, of course, there's some kind of
Otherwise, everyone would be
divine
doing
intervention.
it. You've done it 5 times and I'm mega rich. Okay.
I wish I shared your faith. Please keep that. There was a terrible fire in Rome last year. Oh, thank you. You have no idea how much I appreciate that.
Talking about in a game. Oh, okay. What
All right,
game?
well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months.
Open
if you ever-
TTD.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No.
Oh yeah,
Orpheus, what are you doing?
in a game.
Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck?
I've never heard of
the
that.
rest of my life, working for a man who treats me like an animal.
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through.
I'm sorry, but
Please, help.
you know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone. Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over. It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact.
Yeah, I never heard of that
She's
game.
already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that.
Let's take a look. Oh yes, okay. The business simulation game which players try to earn money by transporting passengers and freight via road, rail, water and air. It is an open source remake. Ah, okay. Interesting. I thought you meant the real world. I was like, what? Like, bruh?
Oh, really? That changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Unless you happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off both of our debts. Really? Wait. So, I guess you'd want me to work for you then. You'd do that for us. A couple of complete
Yeah, I don't really need you
strangers.
fellows.
It seems today we are both blessed. This did not turn out how I thought. Thank you, friend. Thank you. I'll go and pay off our debts immediately. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. But I haven't. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news.
Don't worry about it. Octavia, have you got anything more for me?
What you did was extraordinary. Ah,
Yeah, there's my good deed for the day. A missing plaque. Interesting. What's over here? Let's go for a little wander. may have not thought this through. Just wandering around. I won't be able to do anything there. Any loot or booty down here? Some denarii. Some people just straight up not having a good time. Big old chasm down there. That is why I end up getting myself killed. Let's find out.
Salve again, friend. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and... you're a bit like... Sisyphus. Yeah, that's... Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again, for all eternity. Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But, on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were. Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in.
You're a good man. Thank you very much,
That's
Galerius.
kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend. I saw you slide down that... And strange, too, since that device... Oh, of course! Anyway, I'm sorry to ask, but is there...
What do you need, friend?
I've been trying to get this rare flower from the rock spire in the middle of the lake. It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope over the lake and made this pulley device, only I, couldn't quite summon the nerve to use it. Do you think you could use the device again and try to get that flower for me? Oh, thank you. It would help me a lot. All right.
But first things first, I have a chasm to jump into. I guess I don't have a chasm to jump into. So this is how you don't get the guns, I mean the weapons.
Fortune smile on you, brother.
Oh, hello, Opus. Have I got to... Oh, God. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, let's do this. Save scum. Fucked that up, didn't I? This is going to be a nightmare to do. That was a bit too soon, and that was like on a 19 mark, or a bit too late. Let's try again. That was random physics, good to know. Excuse me, Orpheus, you're still alive, good to know. Motherfucker. Goo. I suppose I could have kept on redoing the loop and just getting that 100 denarii. But that'd have been a very long-winded way of freeing those two slaves. It's almost worth it. Here's your flower, bro.
Don't you just love springtime? Salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Now, what's on your mind? Well, I'm a farmer. Always have been. I grew up in a small village in Britannia, Camulodunum, with my parents and two little sisters. Lovely part of the world. One day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along, demanding produce for their men. My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so I did. I sprinted so fast I almost threw up, but by the time I got back, he was bleeding out on the ground, and our cart was empty. That was my first encounter with the legions. My mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from there. I took over the farmstead, but I was young, and it was a struggle. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These Legion thugs just took whatever they wanted. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I knew who they were, and what they wanted. I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open real quick, and before that soldier knew it, split his face right down the middle. But there were more of them. I never saw how many, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up with a mouth full of dirt and lungs full of smoke. My home was reduced to ash. My sisters, dead. And they left me alive to see what they'd done. Still burns whenever I think about it.
Oh, poor Glorious.
Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. It wasn't long before Boudica led thousands of Britons in a rebellion against the Romans. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us who survived, they enslaved. So, then I found myself being transported all the way to Rome, to be sold to the highest bidder. I spent a few years working for my new master, learning the Romans' ways, Romanized my name and everything. Tried to escape a couple of times, but they always found me, and I'd just end up right back where I was. I'd probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampedes breaking out. You see, about 7 months ago, an enormous fire broke out in Rome. Everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. I'd never seen anything like it. Human beings acting like cattle. I got swept up with them somehow, and the
rest is a blur.
The next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. Stumbled across this place and started my life over again. That's what I thought too, for a while. But it seems the gods aren't done tormenting me yet. See, I finally had my own farm again, safe from the grasping hands of the Romans. Or so I thought. Until Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he says. Only he takes the best bits for himself, of course. He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden rule. I'm not sure I believe him, but then, what if he's right? So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the Legion thugs who took everything from me. I'm right back where I began. But don't you worry, Nemesis is waiting, and he'll get his, one day. He'll get his. Forget I said that last part, will you? I get carried away sometimes. Thanks, friend. I knew I liked you.
Yeah, you're a good bloke, Dolores.
Anyway, that's enough of me rambling. Was there something else you wanted to talk about? Brilliant! You did it! Well done! This is going to make her so happy. Equitia, I mean. Now I just have to figure out how to give it to her. What I really want to do is walk up to her, give her the flower, and confess I've been madly in love with her since the moment we met. But on the other hand, I can't shake the feeling that the consequences could be terrible. You mean, aside from her execution? You see, Equitia is a Vestal priestess, meaning she's taken a vow of chastity, the breaking of which would be an extremely serious affront to the gods and a capital offense. Even if she was just suspected of being unchaste, it could lead to her execution. Unchaste Vestals get buried alive. Oh, and I'd get flogged to death for good measure. But at the same time, she's just so kind and graceful, and I feel so much love for her that if I don't tell her, it'll burn a hole in my chest. I don't know what to do. What do you think? What would you do?
Yeah, why not? Worst case, we just reset the day.
Now that I hear you say that out loud, I hear how crazy it is. I think maybe I need to be a bit more cautious. What I need is a go-between. Someone who can tell her how I feel and find out how she feels without risking her life. What do you say? Do you think you could help me one more time?
Yeah, fine.
Wonderful. Now, all I need you to do is give her the flower and tell her it's from a secret admirer. Tell her I'll keep my distance and that I just want her to know that she's loved. Thank you. Come back as quick as you can and tell me what she says.
Okay. I will come back.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling me, but you've come to the right person. Did you find a pattern then? What have you noticed? Yes. I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else? Yes, I suppose that could be something. But then most of us do tend to carry coins on our person, don't we? What else? That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter a stranger in the forest before you arrived here?
Yeah, I already got to that I already got to that situation.
And did you happen to catch her name? I see. And was this Karen, by any chance, wearing a hood? Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths.
Whoa, hey. Getting a bit carried away.
Don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
You have to do something. A man arrived in the bath. Help! You have to do something. A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's going to break the golden rule. None of us do. The magistrate made us throw them all into the chasm. So now this man's bow is the only one in the city. You'll just have to improvise. Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over. What? We don't have time for this. I have to go. Ugh. The shrine is collapsing.
How am I supposed to stop that, hey? Take the loaf of bread, though. Thanks. I guess looting the dead is not a sin.
Fabia, no! Oh gods, she's dead! Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her. Oh, Fabia, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl.
Yep. What about the priestess? She's already running, has she? Hello.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is? I'm not sure I believe that, so allow me to explain something to you. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius for terrible crimes against the Empire. So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise obstruct the Emperor's business in any way, I will put this arrow through your chest. Is that understood? Thank you. Now tell me, who are you people, and what is this place? Oh, how very welcoming of you. You want me to let my guard down, is that it? You're not going to get your claws into me. I was told Quinctius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to lead me right to the heart of his mystery cult. Oh, don't play coy with me. I don't care if you're worshipping Bacchus, Magna Mater, or Christ. You lot are all the same to me. Always sneaking off to your secret sanctuaries, indoctrinating each other with your little mantras. The Emperor may have tolerated your activities up until now, but after what Quinctius did, those days are numbered. You say that, but if you're not a cult, then why go to such great lengths to keep this place a secret? So you admit you're not allowed to leave. Threatening me is not going to help you.
You're such a
but
pain in my
any
ass.
case, that sounds an awful lot like a cult to me. And I saw the inscription saying, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." I take it this is some kind of mantra you all believe? Another lie. So you really do believe that? Fascinating. You've clearly been indoctrinated into this nonsense. Now tell me, where did you lot get enough gold to make all these statues? You lot are practicing human sacrifice too. You people disgust me. Yes, because I'm the real villain here. It's all clear to me now. The secret sanctuary, the indoctrination, the mantra, the human sacrifice. You're cultists. There's no doubt in my mind. What baffles me is how a person can believe in something with such zeal. They just can't see what they've become. However, you still have a chance to redeem yourself by telling me where Quintius is. Do not waste it. Very well. Here's what I know. He's a 40 to 50-year-old man with distinctive eyes, one green and one blue. He's also
I know who this
known
guy
to
is.
have delusions of grandeur. The Emperor says he and his cult, your cult, are responsible for starting the fire which burnt half of Rome to the ground and killed thousands in the process. All I know, all I care about, is that the Emperor believes he is guilty and wants him dead. The details are not my concern. This is your last chance. Are you going to tell me where he is or not? Then you're of no use to me. Do you have any last words? As a matter of fact, I do. Once I'm done with you and Quintius, I intend to kill every last one of you wretched degenerates. And I can think of nothing I'd enjoy more.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I'll take that bow. I can't take the bow. I had hoped I could take the bow. Oh, I'm gonna die here. I'm not careful. Back through here. I reckon I know who Quintius is.
Oh. Yulia. I'll go, but...
Am I going to get more money again?
Ixion turns.
I'm probably going to get more money again, bruh. Suppose we'll play it by ear.
Don't you just love springtime?
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
I reckon I'm probably going to get more money again. This is unfortunate.
Salve, friend. Welcome. All right. Well, it was lovely to meet you.
Yeah, hurry
I
this
look
up.
forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh, no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius.
That's...
What?
Why... I'm s... You... Well, you don't... If I... Oh, No, I am out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
That's fine, I can get some more money.
I'll have to let... And I...
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and...
That was... well... I try.
Interesting. I'm gonna go steal this money now so I can go back later.
Thank you. I am delighted and... Your magistrate. Yes. Thank you. I'm delighted and...
You're not... Demit him! This is outrageous.
The many shall suffer
For
for the sins of the one.
Oh, the one, okay. Ow. And we're back the way we came. Go on then. Do your thing. Thank you. Hello.
Well, Yulia. I'll go.
I don't really care about the other guy yet. Because I need to do the other... other quests first. After the other quests, we'll be good to go.
Ixion turns.
Yeah, hello.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come. The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the Forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. They never do. There is only a downward path, gloomy with fatal
Yes, we are going
entries.
back and forth in time.
It leads
Well,
through
actually, we're going
silence to the infernal
back in time in a
regions.
constant loop to redo the day's events to
Help me. You cannot help me.
save the day.
I have seen things. A pattern, a terrible pattern. It is better for you if you
So
remain
we
ignorant.
are trying to stop a
Pandora's
sin being
box
committed
must stay
and
closed.
the whole town being
I'll
punished.
say no more.
And if a sin is committed, we can go back in time, back to the start of the day to redo the day's events. So we're going to redo the loop, and each day making a bit of progress, or each time making a bit of progress to
The bloodless shadows. This is their punishment.
to win the game.
You think you wish to know, but you do not. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed.
I already know the situation
I'll
here.
say no more.
It's like I already know what the general idea
The
of
newly
why
arrived
I'm
are
here,
ignorant of the road
or
before
why
them.
everyone is here. But I suppose you're gonna have to wait and spill it out for me. Almost, or like, yeah, or stop the world from ending each day, so to in a way. And of course, the day just runs through in real time, I think. So, if you are not paying attention, like you won't be able to do everything at once. So you do have to replay the day.
And you've... Oh, how lovely. It just happens to be my favorite, too. Who do I have to thank for this? I see. So, it's from Galerius,
It is quite a
then?
it is quite a difficult one.
Of course I do. I think everyone in the
I'm hoping
city
I don't get
knows.
stuck. I'm hoping it's a
That
pretty
man is a
linear and easy
wonderful human
puzzle to
being, and my
to sort
favorite
out.
person in the world. But he is the least subtle secret admirer you could imagine. The way he looks at me with those puppy dog eyes. Plus, he's been trying for weeks to get his hands on this flower. He went to so much effort, too. Suspending that rope above the lake, inventing that pulley device all on his own. He'd just stand there each morning, looking at the flower, trying to summon the courage to seize it. Oh, my heart. Tell that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 36. So if we ever make it out of here, and he doesn't mind waiting a few years, then tell him I love him too. I hope so. It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus.
Oh, Malleolus, I reckon, is contentious.
Why do you ask?
But I just need to solve it.
You can, assuming they're eligible and willing to accept the nomination. As I said, I'm planning to hold it before as you wish. All of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're running, of course. Well, but if it's any consolation, by using whatever gifts the gods gave. Certainly. See you again soon.
Yeah, I'm just trying to plow on through. Do my best to work it out. How the hell am I going to find you? Go away. Oh yeah, I can go in here and get that money again. So you could just, if you didn't want to commit a sin, you could just grind up that money the entire time, over and over. Like you'd have to do like 20 times.
Salve again, friend. How is it possible that you... that's a shame. Now everybody's... Hey, maybe the patricians will start treating me with a bit more All right, I'll leave you to it, friend.
Look, I came to do the quest for you. Stop ignoring me.
Ah, it's you again. Now. What? How did you know I was trying to... You know what? I don't care how you knew. What did she say?
They're very lenient on the time traveling stuff.
Venus, that is the best news I've ever heard in my life. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. You have no idea how happy you've made me. I wish there was something I could do to thank you properly, but I don't have much to offer you. All I can do is tell you where there's a secret stash of coins you might be interested in.
Tell me about it.
In the rock tunnel near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you look carefully,
in the rock tunnel near the stairs, there's a little...
Unfortunately, one of those golden huntress statues is blocking the path, and I'm not game to move it. If you can figure out how to get past it, I reckon there might be a small fortune waiting for you. I hope that helps in some way. I can't see how I could vote. Even I could do a better job. Me! All right.
Okay. It's all worked out. Hopefully I don't have to read you that lead again. By the rock tunnel by the stairs. You mean this fellow? Oh yeah, I see the chest. Oh, you get out the way, please. Nope, fine. What about this way? What's next on my list of things I need to do? Figure out... straight as an arrow, obtain a bow. Figure out the treatment for rheumatism. I need to get into the palace. Perhaps the priestess may be able to help her. Oh, I know this. But I need to go back up to the common thread to get that to work. What a wonderful place. Poem by Galerius. What wonderful stuff. My life has been torturous, as the 7 labours of Hercules, orphaned, defeated, and enslaved, yet I will suffer all again gladly. Each loss, wound, and tragedy brought me to you, radiant as a Rome. Oh God. Poetry. I'm glad that's something that's slowly gone out of fashion. Oh, Olivia.
Just as the ocean, but the new.
You're very cryptic, but you're also painfully obvious. Stop telling me about the priestess. There's not much I can do about her. The key to the chest in the shrine of Apollo. I guess that will assist me later on. Doll. Yeah, that's not creepy. Let's move on. Oh, hello. 1 second, I'm doing some searching. That's rather amusing. A dice tower. Oh, that's cool. That is cool. I like that. No one has any money in this place.
The 49 Beladies fetch again with incessant labor the water they have lost.
Fascinating
Cerberus
stuff,
lifts
crazy
his
lady.
triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Hello.
Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued.
What do you want?
You're not like any Roman man I've ever seen. You seem so refined, so civilized. Ugh, coming on a bit strong. I take back what... Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. Ugh. You know, normally, I guess that went right over your head. As a matter of fact, I'm happy to tell you all about it, but... So, how about... Ha! It's hardly my fault if people misunderstand the terms of a deal. I mean, it does say, let the buyer beware, right outside my tavern. Certainly, for 10 denarii. Have you met Livia? She used to do my hair, until one day she just snapped. This place has that effect on people. Now, she just stands around, caked in filth, muttering nonsense to herself. It's a real shame. Now I have to do my own hair. I hear that if Malleolus is elected, he's gonna throw a small festival to celebrate, with entertainment and everything. Can't wait to find out what it is. Whatever you like.
I might just have to play it through.
I just try not to think about it. Drink helps with that. As the saying goes, to drink is human, so we drink. All right, see ya.
Don't worry, I'll come back later and attempt to woo you.
You stay away from my money.
I can't actually get into your money, but if I could get into your money, I would. Oh, cool! Like it's just like a rudimentary mirror. Dangerous game, but someone's got to do it.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the
Today I'm
one.
celebrating. I made 80,000 I made. Didn't break the golden rule, and I may have to do this again sometime. Did I worked again? Another 1,000 denarii. I had to spend my money on is running for magistrate election tomorrow, and he's promised for sufficient tribute. Okay. Time to run. Sorry. Money's money. Do your thing so we can start this day again. Hello.
Well, you? I'll go.
And then let's look at our quest. Born in the poor. Open the chest in the clinic at the shrine of Apollo. In the meantime, let's woo her.
Ah, you're here. And, you're... Oh, I see. You prefer the company of... I take back what I... Let's just forget that ever... All right.
Alright, that didn't work. Hello, Olivia.
Catalyst cannot catch the drops of water.
I'm just going to help her swallow this.
The Myth of the Golden Rule by Dorotus the Younger. As per custom, I shall begin paying my respects to the god responsible for the city. For continued prosperity and tranquil seclusion, he deserves admiration, but I must depart from the custom. The attempt at imposing stricter rule upon us is oppressive and overreaching and undeserving of our contempt. This is a big place. Damn, son. They were really going to shit, these last guys. They're really going at it. Oh, I can't get up here. This place is called Accursed. Here, Tityos offers up his innards to be torn, stretched out over 9 fields. You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes us. You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always returns. Ixion turns and follows after himself and flees. And the 49 belieds who dared to plot the destruction of their cousins, the husbands, fetch again with incessant labour the water they have lost. Interesting. Interesting little hidey hole. Reminds me a lot like Pompeii. Or a lot like, yeah, a lot of Pompeii. With like the bodies as preserved in ash. Being preserved in gold, I suspect, is an equally unpleasant fate. Or is an unequally unpleasant. Wrong. Is an equally unpleasant fate.
Welcome.
Rheumatism. Willow bark. Okay.
Feeling all right? You made it into the palace. Oh, I see. Willowbark. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. Thank you. If this works, it should settle Rufius down some. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. I'm hoping it will avert disaster. Thank you. I'm really glad you arrived when you did. That's a shame. Thanks again for...
Don't worry about it. Let's go.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. What business? Willowbark. And this will work? Oh, thank God. Finally, some relief. This is what I've been praying for. Maybe God hasn't abandoned me after all. Thank you. I've been in a lot of pain lately. The rheumatism.
Okay, Rufius, don't worry about it. I've got your back.
Statues always watching in the crisis of faith. It was too much. Started messing with my head. This is exactly what I needed to set it straight again. I owe you one. Fine.
You're welcome. Okay, now I want to get in to the priestess's hidey hole, I think. I think that's the next step. But how does one do it? The assassin's bow. Fascinating stuff, but that does not help me. Bread. Oh, mate, that's a cake of some sort. It's bread with rope around it. Fascinating stuff. So I can't get in there yet. Apparently I need the assassin's bow. Seek a bow. Did you just turn your head to me? Is he still hanging around up there? Yes, he is. Okay.
Are they? A new face. See you.
Let's see. We've got a few guys left to talk to in the city before I start making moves.
Greetings and salutations. Greetings. I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner, and I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India, and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, I must know, from which exotic part of the world do you hail? And now you have me more intrigued than before. But since it appears you do not wish to share, I will wait until we are better friends. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require assistance? I know you do not require clothing, so information perhaps?
Tell me a story.
My story?
I'm all
How
ears.
kind of you to ask. I am a tailor and I run the humble shop in the forum. You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule, and so few customers, why bother setting shop at all? I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind my friends of the importance of looking one's best. I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better our chances of keeping our heads. Don't you agree?
You seem like a good bloke, Georgius.
A good question.
You always seem like good blokes, so who's the one who's gonna
and I would be
do
happy
some
to
murder?
tell you if only I could remember it clearly myself. I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares, and drowning in coin, I decided to celebrate my success. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few select friends, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine money could buy. Quite a lot of it, in fact. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands more than once, but none of that compares to this. This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before creation, gasping for air, and then nothing. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how many miles from my villa. Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little extra weight. I believe it kept me afloat. In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and resuscitated by a benevolent stranger. I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave, and discovered that trapdoor temple. And here I am. Anything you like. Shh. Not... Have you not been told? Oh, then course, the first question any of us asks when we first arrive is, how do I escape? It is only natural after all. And scaling the chasm wall is out of the question, for it is simply too steep and too far. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in, through the shaft above the bathhouse. See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered up enough wood, one could make a series of ladders and climb one's way out. They have. I am getting to that. There was an attempt made by resourceful fellows who lived here some years ago. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, as soon as they began to carry the first ladder down the hallway, they heard a godlike voice shake the entire city, and that, tragically, is where their tale ends. So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees this place, and so I say it is best to not even discuss it aloud. Ah, yes.
Interesting.
The man is
They got that loophole fixed. I like that. Good writing.
As a Greek, this is nothing new to me. It is how our gods operate. Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn this dreadful lesson when he abducted Persephone and imprisoned her in the underworld. When Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned of this, she did not punish Hades, the guilty one. Instead, she changed the climate of Earth so that it became hot and dry. Nothing grew. The grain turned to empty husks and the rivers dried up. Innocent people died by the tens of thousands until at last the other gods were forced to act, lest they have no worshippers left. So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. The Golden Rule has merely brought it into focus. If we are to survive, I say we must each heed the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the 7 sages of Greece, who said, "Avoid doing what you would blame others for doing." It does, doesn't it? But it is not enough for us to do this alone. For even if 99% of us adopt this principle, that will never be enough. Sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the life's work of many good people can be undone in the blink of an eye by a single selfish act. Ah, the voice. But on a lighter note, for all their grim and haunting poses, these golden statues do make magnificent models for my clothing, do they not? That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I'm leaning toward voting for Malleolus. I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong way. Nothing comes to my mind, my friend. I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
So we've been in there, been over here. Virgil, let's talk to you, Virgil.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to our little community. My name's impossible. I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's life. I'm glad you arrived when you did. Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. That's help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on people. That kind of thing. But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or mysterious history of this place. Oh, I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines were constructed hundreds of years ago, which means Romans have been arriving here for at least that long. But there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine in this avenue isn't Roman at all. It's Greek. I'm not sure. It could mean that the Romans who first started building here were just copying Greek architecture, which they do all the time. Or it could mean...
Why do you sound German, Virgil? Or should I be calling you Hans?
Before the Romans arrived. Which begs the interesting question, who really built this place? And could it be far older than any of us imagine? If only there was a way we could talk to the people who came here before us. The stories they could tell. Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about this place is the aqueducts. Those series of adjoining arches. They're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering with a very practical purpose. They take fresh water coming from outside the city and distribute it all across the chasm. It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath the great temple. Some of it flows down into another cistern beneath the villas, and the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fills the lake and allows us to fish and farm. Hey, not so loud. Just talking about that could anger the gods for all we know. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you'd have to find a way inside somehow. Just, please, try to be a bit more discreet about it. You mean the Great Temple? This one's a bit of a mystery. Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that whoever built it felt it was the most important temple in the city. Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way to keep its purpose a mystery. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. Usually, that god is obvious. But in this case, it's unknown. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears some barbarian defaced it. And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains the treasury. So we're all left wondering, which god is that temple dedicated to? And could it be the one responsible for the Golden Rule? Unless somebody figures out a way inside, I suppose we'll never know. Of course. You wouldn't believe how often the new one... There are much worse places to live out your days, but once you get used to the fear, knowing that a single slip-up could... Oh, I just mean I grew up in the Batavi tribe.
Hello,
to the north in
Winston.
Novio Magus.
Oh,
Learned to expect
this is the
a bit of
Forgotten City.
hostility.
It's a
They weren't
mystery
nearly as
game,
tolerant as the
sort of,
Romans.
where you end up in a forgotten Roman city, and there's one golden rule where if you break the golden rule, everyone in the city suffers if one person does it. And now you've got to work out. The guy in charge thinks that someone's going to break the golden rule today, and you've got to work out who breaks the golden rule and stop them before that happens. And if you failed, in the day resets and you start the day from scratch, but with all your previous knowledge. And you're effectively what you're trying to do is solve the mystery and break the loop.
Oh, it means someone thinks I'm a sinner, and that I'm going to break the golden rule. Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking.
Yes, it's a good story. I reckon it probably got limited replayability, but the initial...
Hey, nothing gets by you, huh?
The initial...
Sorry, that was mean. Yes, I like men.
Working
and
it out
you grow
is
up
good.
in the north, as I did, in the city of Novio Magus. You expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself.
It's very
so
immersive.
I hid who I was for...
Very immersive.
What was it? Nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world, with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi.
Yeah, you seem like a
Nice
good
of you
bloke.
to say, but not necessary. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am. Or at least, I thought that was the case. It seems I was wrong. It's not just graffiti.
I reckon I know
have
who's
quite
writing
a
this
collection
graffiti.
of handwritten notes too. The strange thing is, I keep my personal affairs to myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could
It'll
have
be
done to
Octavia, I
upset
reckon.
this person.
Octavia,
If I had to
the
guess,
Catholic.
I'd say it's
Or the
probably
Christian.
one of those cultists. Strange bunch. They insist there's
Yeah,
only one
that's
God,
it.
and that he considers my nature a sin. Can you believe that? If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the golden rule. What? Really? I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring out who the
I already
cultists
know
are.
who the cultist is.
Or maybe ask around among the merchants here. Someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen something. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused. Come back and let me know what you find.
Virgil, you really want to be reasonable for that sin? You're responsible for that sin that destroys us all? Okay. Shovel. Interesting item. High value. Oh, don't rob that. I just want to read this. They may not see you yet, but I want you to know I see you. Okay. I know who you are and what you want. Turn away from this path, or we all suffer for your sins. Anvil. Bow? No bow. Fine, I'll talk to this guy, even though I'm pretty sure I got... Do your thing.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
Okay, Decius. Hello again.
Salve straight. I don't, I'm afraid. But I did overhear Fabia telling Georgius
You appear to be
she
bouncing,
saw something.
Decius. Why are you
She was
bouncing?
headed to the baths not long ago. Very well.
Greetings and hello. This is troubling, is it not? But my young friend Fabia confided in me that she saw someone leaving graffiti on his shop front last night. Perhaps you should ask her about it. I hope...
Perhaps. Fine, let's go talk to Fabia, the one hiding over here. I wonder if you're going to have a bad experience again. I'll come to you in a second.
Hello? Hello?
Alright.
You're going to let me out of here? Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter what. Like, Galerius? He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything.
I don't know who you are, stranger. I skipped the dialogue. You're just talking about dolls and being locked up. I think you should stay in the cage.
In the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high and very precious. Bye-bye.
Well, we aren't done here. We aren't done here.
Hello. My name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up. I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure. Yes, but I wasn't. I was just looking. They said I did it more than once. but I can't remember
Call me a
things
liar,
so good.
okay.
Then they called me mean names. They called me a liar, Billy. Yes. They said I have to live here now, and gave me this letter. But I'm not good with words. Do you think you could read it for me?
Jesus. No wonder, giving that poor guy all that text. Damn, that's the true torture. Magistrate Sentius de Dilius. I'm writing to you in relation to your incorrigible antisocial behaviour arising from your obsession with an alleged lost treasure. While I am sympathetic to your plight and the passing of your guardian Hannibal some weeks ago, I wish to impress upon you an important message. The treasure you seek does not exist. Given your memory limitations, it seems likely you simply misremembered. More importantly, since you have on several occasions been caught trespassing, including around the cisterns which are strictly off limits to all citizens, I have reluctantly come to the conclusion that you are a liability to this community and must have your freedom limited, lest you break the golden rule. It is my hope that this letter will assist you to remember why you are incarcerated should you experience further lapses in memory.
What does it say? My treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would.
That's a pretty sad story.
But then, he died. It was very sad. He said if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find him. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns, but when I went up to the high one, they put
I
me
don't know
in
what a
here.
cistern is.
Now nobody looks after me, except my friend Galerius and Ek, the priestess lady. She's a nice lady. Hannibal said I shouldn't give it to anyone I didn't trust. But maybe you could help me get out of here. Then I would trust you a lot. Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter what.
Maybe I'll just break you
What
out.
about the rules? I don't want everyone to get in trouble because I was bad. Like, if you...
Oh, and then in loops. Okay, I'll see what I can do. What do you think about the golden rule, Dooley?
You mean...
Never mind. Let's talk about your treasure.
Hannibal used to... He said he gave all up... Now nobody...
Oh, wait, this is repeating.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so we need to get Galerius the job. Oh god, no Dooley.
Bye-bye.
No Dooley, we've had enough of you. I did not do it, Dooley. We're testing his innocence. Based Dooley. Justice for Dooley. What's over here? I think I've been up here. Oh yeah, this is the torture caves. So, we need to now go back to the baths, see if we can stop a disaster.
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad. Am I going to die in here?
I don't think so, my friend. It's election day today. Perhaps our new magistrate will be kinder than Sentius and let you out.
I hope so.
Help! You have to do something! A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's going to break the golden rule.
In fact, he is.
Are you serious? Are you going...
How is this my problem?
Are you daft or just callous? Thank you. I have to hop. What? Why? All right, fine. Come and find me my bakery instead. Please be careful.
You have a bakery? Okay. Duly noted. Alright, let's see if this bath, if I've got enough data now to vomit forth and convince this guy not to screw me over. Chad Archer strikes again.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinct. Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now.
Where are you going? Whoa, where's this guy you mean? Fancy baths, but I think I need to go back this way to see, stop this guy from being an idiot. Can I just bonk you on the head? Ah! This all makes sense now.
Filthy, lying degenerate.
Thank you for the bow. Bounty notice. By order of Emperor Nero, all loyal sons of Rome are ordered to hunt and execute the arsonist and murderess Tiberius Quintus Crispus, a citizen from the Aventine district of Rome. He is about 40 to 50 years old, he is an average height, average build, has dark hair, and has one green eye and one blue eye. He is typically clean shaven. He is known to associate... He's a known associate of cultists and suffers from delusions of grandeur. Fletched arrows. I will take your fletched arrows, and I will take your 1 denarii. Oh, now I can go that way. Well, first things first, we need to do some bits and bobs. We need to talk to Fabia. And then we need to talk to the priestess lady.
You took care of him? An accident? So...
I don't think the
it's
gods
over?
would allow that, but okay.
Oh, God. It's such a relief. I really thought we were all going to die. I do have a question, though. That shrine, the one I was going to hide in, did you know it was going to collapse?
Yes.
I don't understand. Oh, I see. I should probably keep my big mouth shut then.
Yes, that's correct,
Sorry.
Fabia.
I promise, nobody else will ever know what you did. But I know. That was really clever. Thank you. I'm glad you're here. Oh, speaking of which, welcome. I'm Fabia. Sorry I was a bit frantic before. Need anything? Oh, there's
Okay,
not much
time
to
for
tell.
story time,
I
boys.
mostly just bake bread and try to help out where I can. I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick. Terrible timing. My pa had just arranged a husband for me, a fisherman's son. I was about to meet him for the first time when I came down with an awful fever. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster, then a goat. But nothing worked. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside the city. Clean air in the countryside would do me good, they said. But after about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way, I was getting worse, not better. I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have fell asleep, because when I opened them again, I was in a forest by a river.
This plot point
Suppose the driver
is
took off
screaming
with his fee
at
and
you
left
right
me for
now.
dead. Can't say I blame him. I wouldn't have wanted to catch what I had either. Anyway, I went searching for help, stumbled across the trapdoor temple, and here I am. Oh yeah, I suppose you're right. Hadn't really thought about it. But the gods are mysterious and powerful. Who knows what their plans are for us?
What do you think? Do you know where? Yeah. Okay.
You've been here a few moments and you're desperate to get out already. Good people here. Galerius works hard on the farm, so my friend Georgius is always mending our clothes. And Virgil makes sure these old walls don't fall down around us. Well, I'm just saying, there are worse places you could live out your days.
Fair enough. What do you think of the golden rule?
I try not to worry about it. I mean, if people are nice to each other, we won't have anything to worry about, will we?
Have you met people?
You're funny. I bet my friend Georgius will like you. And those interesting clothes of yours. And I'm sure he'd love to chatter about the golden rule with you too. He'll be just across the forum in his shop. Terrible shame, that is. Maybe this'll help. Late last night, I was cleaning my oven when I heard some noises outside. The forum's usually dead quiet at that hour, so I came out to see what was going on. To be honest, I thought maybe poor old Dooley had got out of his cell and was snooping
Don't worry, I'm going
around
to help
again.
Dooley soon.
So I popped my head out and saw someone in front of Virgil's shop. I couldn't tell who. It was too dark. I called out to them, but they just turned and ran off without a word. All I remember is they ran past a lit torch and the light glinted off something metallic. Armour, I think. So I suppose it could only be one of three people. Horatius, Domitius or Rufius. I hope that helps.
Thanks, that does help.
All right. Thanks again for taking care of our...
Don't you worry. Alright, so I need to deal with... Alright, I've got 3 links. Doubt it's going to be the gladiator man because he's a deviant. Horatius might be a good boy. I don't think Rumit is a man. I don't think Rufus is our guy. So we'll go for Horatius first. Yeah, Demetrius looks like he'd let anything go.
Harvey, we're finally... We have? Wait, if I understand, I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the... Is that about... Ah.
Yeah, I broke it several times, stealing money.
Look, it's unfortunate, but all that... Now, I assume you saw...
When we talk about it, I was going to... No, I was hoping no. I'd like to release Dooley.
Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. That man is a liability we simply cannot afford. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times, sneaking around in places he should not have been. Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you that is not the case. You may not be aware of this, but it was not so long ago, during the Republic. The law of the 12 tables would have required that he be killed as soon as he was born, owing to his deformities. Here we see to it that he has food, water, and shelter, and most importantly, he is able to continue living.
In a cage.
A privilege that would be taken away from all of us, were he to be released and commit the crime of trespass. The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and is an incorrigible rule-breaker. I will not jeopardize the lives of my people so that one man can go free. Now, was there something else?
Nah.
Thank you.
Nope. You have no value to me. I've got to talk to your minion.
On your best behavior, I trust. What is it, citizen?
Hello again.
What? Absolutely not. I know someone's been threatening him, and I'm not happy about it. But I can assure you, it isn't me.
Fair enough.
All right?
Doesn't really help. Okay.
Harvey.
How about you, Demetrius? Helmet head.
Malleolus isn't receiving. He's not here. Dunno. The little Caput murder escaped earlier this morning. Well, tell him the punishment he gets for coming back on his own won't be as bad as if I have to go looking for him. Do I seem like anonymous threats are my style? Whatever.
Well, let's try Rufius.
Citizen? Ah, you again. No idea what you... Yeah? See?
Right, so he's the guy. Rufus, 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 how am I going to deal with you? By following the marker. Suppose on one hand the marker thing's a little bit easy, it makes the game a lot easier because it just tells you exactly where to go. But on the other, you don't want to be banging your head against the wall for 20 minutes trying to work it out, running around everywhere like a headless chicken. Well, I ended up going the wrong way, I have.
I love your clothes. So exotic.
Where are you?
Back. All right.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
You really like that fish paste, don't you? I think you want me to go elsewhere, like Rufus is. Gabash to Gabash. I told Lucretia about the dreams I've been having, and she said it might help her divine their meaning if I wrote them down. It happened to me last night. The man by the river was there, as always, his face was shrouded in shadow from that peculiar ram headdress. Once again, he introduced himself as Curti and told me he'd dragged me from the river. He seemed to smirk as he said his name. It meant something I couldn't understand. Indeed, the name rings a bell, and I cannot for the life of me remember. Yeah, okay, Rufus. You've been caught. Why have you left this guy here, Rufus? I would not want... I would not want the previous... Oh, that is creepy as fuck. The head turns and...
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always...
Yeah, I would not want the statue. I would move the statues. I'd get a couple of guys and move them, like, I don't know, throw them into the chasm, fuck it. Not my problem.
Salve!
Can I, like, equip my items? Yes, I can.
Citizen.
Hello.
Ah, you again. So
I know it was you. I found an incomplete letter from in his quarters.
Look, I haven't been at my best lately. I know that. It's the rheumatism. It starts with constant pain in all your joints. Then the pain starts to mess with your head. Makes you angry, mean. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted. But it's the truth. But with the willow bark, I'm already starting to feel like myself again. And I know I said I owe you one. So I'll leave him alone from now on. It's not as if I was ever going to hurt him anyway. I was just lashing out. I'm going to go and clean up.
No worries, bro. Happens to the best of us. Yeah, watch this. Oh. Keep it shut. The shitting place.
Salve. Any news about my... You went snooping in his place? Have you... Really? How did you manage that? Poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head. Well done for figuring that out. Really? That's promising. I'll keep an eye out for him. Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the rest. My vote isn't for sale, if that... Nice to talk to you.
Okay, lead resolved.
Salve again, friend. I went and... How is it possible that you...
I'm busy right now.
Of course.
I'm sorry, Galerius, I got better things to do.
But no. I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free.
Isn't the great
God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the elections stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. And that's good enough for me. And how could you know that? I mean, I don't like the man, but I don't see how you could know a thing like that. I suppose you're right. All right, see you around.
I'll convince you. But first I need to go to Equitia, I believe. Really? You can't move? Isn't that fascinating? Aren't you observant? It's getting dark now, so it's getting closer to night. Where is the lass?
Just follow the recipe. It's dead simple.
Ave again. Did you find what you need? Interesting. Yes. What else? Yeah, what else? Yeah, and... because...
Okay. fixed the bath problem, so we're not going to have any issues there. Loading. It is a really rather pretty game. Just a marble. Just the whole Roman setting. It is a very pretty game. Oh, so imagine like a swimming pool all that to yourself.
All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R-O-N.
Yes, yes.
As in Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute.
Yep, painfully obvious.
Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
There are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means. I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can.
So we're
That
dead.
was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know.
What can you tell me about the
I'm
dude?
sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks. The only difference is that they spelled it with a kappa, which I suppose means K-H-A-R-O-N, is closer to the original spelling. To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again. Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river. but that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not. No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help, I promise you.
That's all the questions I had.
Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it, if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide.
No, we already know that one.
All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril.
Tell me more about confronting Pluto head-on.
Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules.
Ouch.
I'll admit, you do seem different to anyone I've ever met. And even that lamp of yours looks like something Prometheus might have stolen from the gods. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again. It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque. Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask who would have defaced the obelisk in the first place. It would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be that whoever desecrated it wanted that name to be forgotten. And there's only one group of people I know of who might want to do that. There's a cult in Rome that often argued there is only one true god. Theirs, of course. They've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence challenged their beliefs. If I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, they've all been in hiding since the fire last year, so finding them won't be easy.
Okay.
But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps, if you could find that, you might be able to recover the Roman plaque.
Where would I find a Greek
I
plaque?
don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. His store is in the Forum.
Where would I find the Egyptian plaque?
Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, will be able to tell us. Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room.
And where would I find the
I'm
mystery
afraid
plaque?
you're on your own with that one, but perhaps finding the other three will illuminate the way. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage. If the stories are true, then I suppose so. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels? Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say?
Help with little cryptic, yep.
Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out? Oh, I see. Well, let me know if you hear anything that might be a thread through this labyrinth. All right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering... In any case, may Fortuna guide you. Although you...
Okay, let's go. We'll go for a swim first. Oh, nice bath.
Are they?
Wade against the current. How does that help me? Turn, and they're all looking at me. Yep. Sadly, I think the day is coming to an end, and I don't think I'll have enough time to save the town. Unless I'm just gone mad and my screen's darker. No, I feel like the weather's got darker. Maybe I'm just mad. I'm mad! Shit. I'm glad the game saved. Otherwise, I would not be a happy man right now. It seems like the gods have always been a bit of an arsehole. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go. Livia, and how you feel?
Just as the ocean, but it... Say it. Then it is true. I was right.
Yep.
I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again.
You mind
Till I wasn't
turning to
sure
face
if
me, Livia?
I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it?
Why not?
I will do my best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the Forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. And still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest.
Alright, fine. Next on the list. So I've got lots of things to do. Let's go talk to Quintitius, shall we?
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been... My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else. You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more. Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish. Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Now, was there something else you wanted? Look, if I had a Roman plaque in my possession, I'd be happy to sell it to you, but I don't, so I can't. Are you insane? You barge into... Why would I withdraw from an... You are acting very... I trust you can see...
Bound to be evidence somewhere. Oh, Princess Lost Love, may God watch over you. Please know that I held out as long as I could, but without you my life is meaningless. I only hope we meet again.
All right, now you've crossed a line. Get out of there!
Calm down, bro. I'm just checking your vase.
You're not supposed to talk. An intriguing proposition. Go on.
I don't think Malleus is who he says he is.
Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that?
Just a hunch. I was hoping we could figure out his true identity together.
You know, I may have the very thing you're looking for. Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only, he used the wrong name. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back of my mind ever since. But wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me? To withdraw. Listen, I may not be Penelope to his Ulysses, but to ruin his plans to become a magistrate? You must think me quite mad. Domitis!
Yeah, we'll reset this.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
We will reset this. I'll go the wrong way. Bye bye. See, I don't want anybody to sort of leave the underworld. I want to actually sort of help this city.
Salve, friend. Oh. You? All right. Oh.
And we're almost there. Okay, so you can use this guy to do everything instead of having to redo everything all over again.
You, Sisyphus,
Oh, you know, we're in
attack
the
or
underworld.
pursue the stone that always just... But it...
You know what? I don't care about assuaging your guilt anymore. Or your sadness. I did it once. I'm not going to do it again.
Isn't the great
Oh,
temple
hello,
majestic?
Aqueducts. Wandering around.
Keep an eye out for Sentinel.
Hey, Horatius.
Yep.
How's it feel knowing your man's doom's hallucination?
And up here.
Thank
And
you.
up here.
I am delighted
And over here. Okay, love. Let me help you.
I'm not. You now but oh, aren't you charming? It seems our interests are aligned. But first, I want you to bring me some. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your sweet little pleb head around. So what do you need me to spell out? Let me tell you something about Malleolus. He talks a lot about freedom, but what he doesn't tell you is that he means freedom for men. After all I've done for him, counseling him through his entire election campaign, and he had the audacity to lock me in here. He said it was for my own good, and that my drinking was unbecoming of a lady, let alone the wife of a magistrate. I'll show him unbecoming. Tonight, at his victory party, I'm going to get good and merry, and if he tries to discipline me again, I'll threaten to expose his true identity in front of everyone. I am so looking forward to it. So...
Okay, enjoy your wine.
Thank you. Here's the letter.
Fictitious to beloved Claudia, for the time I despaired at the thought of being trapped here for the rest of my life, but then I met you and discovered that as long as I am with you, I am exactly where I should be. Mere words cannot express my affection for you, and so I will perform a grand gesture in your honour. I will become the city's magistrate so that I may govern with the wisdom and strength of you by my side. Thank you very much.
Now,
according to this bounty letter from Emperor Nero, he's the person who started the fires in Rome last year.
What? He's... Oh no. That's... quite a lot more serious than I imagined. I only wanted some leverage over him, not to destroy him. Give me that immediately. What? It was a lie of a mission. You were planning this all along and you did. I curse you. I curse your life and mind and memory. May you be This is outrageous.
I couldn't care less, love. It's all part of the plan. Hello.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without... I suppose that... So, you're not going to kill me?
No. Not if you withdraw from the election immediately and release everyone in debt bondage to you.
Oh, so much work and money. Oh, well, if I do it, you'd let me live?
I will.
Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city would have been beneath me anyway. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal and release those two from debt bondage. There, you got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and...
Easy peasy. Work done. Democracy in action, so I can go to this guy here. Tell him, don't worry, bro. You are fine. Oh yeah, I gotta talk to you again.
Whatever he...
Right, you're being a pain in my ass. Anything good over here? Nope. Why do you get to live in luxury and the plebs get to live in like scum?
We're finally alone. We might see. If you stopped one person from breaking, allow me to explain. When I discovered the ritual, the crux of it is this. If you do anything to change the course of history in such a way that your very being here is impossible, you will have created a paradox. To illustrate, when the golden rule is broken, I will open the doorway that will bring you here to prevent it from being broken. If you manage to succeed in saving our lives, then I will have no reason to open the doorway, and the same thing would happen if you, say, inadvertently, allowed me to die. If I can't summon you, then you can't be here, obviously. If either of those things were to happen, I am given to understand you would be flung back to your original time, having changed the course of history for us.
I'm going to literally just kill you and get flung back.
So the fact that you are still here means someone is going to break the golden rule, and there is yet... Excellent. It looks like you'll have to continue your...
Okay, let's put this to the test. Saving.
Don't allow me to explain. When I discovered the crux of it is this. If you do anything to illustrate, well, if either of those things...
So if I killed you, everyone would die and I would turn back to most of the time with no way back.
Indeed. Thank you. I'll be...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Break the time paradox. That's one ending, I guess.
Oh. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
I'm the...
Really? That's strange. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kind of rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina and murdered a local magistrate, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said that the voice of a furious god rang out, and the ground trembled and statues sprang to life, firing arrows at the city's inhabitants. Apparently, as the citizens screamed and died in pain, the stranger just vanished in a flash of light.
Yeah, that was definitely not me.
I didn't for one moment think it was, but the way you say that makes me wonder. I mean, how many people with that name could there be in this place? I don't understand how you could have been here 2,000 years ago.
When I first arrived here in present day, I found your corpse hanging from a noose.
I'm sorry, come again?
You have the suicide note you carved on the tablet here.
Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? I've spent a lifetime in this place going around and around in circles. This is disturbing, but I don't understand how I could have written it.
Written by a different version of you, I've changed the past and your fate.
I'm not following.
You killed a man who opened a time portal and drew you back in time, preventing it from ever happening.
So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this?
Yes.
I guess. So what you're really saying is, you brought me back from the dead to let me die all over again. You saw the tablet. I spent a lifetime searching for a way out and never found one. I can't see how I could possibly find one now, so it seems like we're both gonna die here.
I regret nothing.
How can you say that?
I regret nothing.
You murdered a man in cold blood, and now there's a city full of dead people. And it's only a matter of time before we join them. I guess all those old Latin inscriptions were right. Pro peccata unius multis dolabant. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Ending 1 of 4. How many might have survived if you hadn't killed Sentis in cold blood? That way we will reload as this part of the plan. Whoa, 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 I don't want to watch this yet. I don't want to watch that yet. We've still got plans. We've still got things to do. gotta load the game.
Citizen.
Alright, so no killing you now. I'll kill you later.
Oh, don't mind me. I just live here.
Okay. Okay. Next on the list, I need to get into the palace. How? How?
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Citizen.
Hello, Rupius. Goodbye, Rupius. So I've got my bow. I've got my save. Maybe. No, that's a quick way to die. Aqueduct. Perhaps I can get into an aqueduct.
Citizen.
I mean, I can't get down there. Ugh. First invisible wall of the day. I'm very disappointed. Fuck. Oh. Another invisible wall. Aha. That looks promising. Can I be up the ladder? That does not help me. Looks like I won't be able to go there. This is just taking me back the way I came. Rather counterproductive. Create time paradox. Golden rule. Select 4 stolen plaques. Ask Aqueducts about appealing to the gods for help. Do that. Okay, Aqueducts, I've got another request from you. And then I need Galerius to stand for the election so I can get the magic key. And then we can go plaque chasing.
A new face, are they? Oh my. Let's see. If that is in... We don't have much to go on, except the old stories.
Oh, you've already told me about this.
It's a... And... So... It's... May 14th.
You've already told me about this. Okay. So that didn't help. Find a way into the palace. Figure out how to get into the upper cistern. That's a good one. Find a creative way into the upper cistern. Hello, Hoffman. Welcome back to the stream. Right now we're playing The Forgotten City, and I'm just trying to work out... Ah. Is that it? Work out how to progress the story. I've already managed to get one of the endings. I got the bad end. Now I need to work out the rest of the endings. As it stands, I'm still trying to find out what to do. Okay. I'm more than happy to help you. Just tell me what to do. Nice rock. Okay, there's nothing valuable over here. If I knew what an upper cistern was, this would be less difficult. Fascinating. You know what, we'll get Galerius elected, and then we will get the key for Dooley, and that will allow us to go to the upper cistern. That is the more simplistic way, easier way of doing it. We will just rig an election for old Galerius. I don't see why not. He seems to be our guy, so... Out the way, plebs. Nope, invisible wall. Suddenly I'm getting limited. Let me in. I have a bow, let me in. Useless pain in my ass. It's all well and good, but I can't get up there. So stop looking at me. Let's go. So let's go help Galerius become elected. Find out how to get Galerius elected magistrate. So I need to talk to Galerius. We should be down in the farm. Unless he's not down there. Yeah, he's down there, I was going to say.
Fortune smile on. How it...
That's a lucky guess. Okay.
Okay, alright.
Now talk to me, Galerius, because I want you to run for an election.
Even I... but... he did? Oh, that was I'll let Equitia know I'll be running. All right. See you.
Okay, you're running for the election next. Need to make him popular among the majority of voters. That I can do with bribery, threats, and violence. So Rufus, I've got a job for you.
Name's... No, What? Oh, I think I have seen that plaque. Sorry, I lied. Can't be too careful these days. Oh. You didn't... No. So you...
How about you, Decius?
You there! No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of... And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying... But I would like... Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up? And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. In any case, supposedly, 1 or 2 of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human life, which has to be stopped. And yet, on the other hand, I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella Aesop, the goose that laid the golden egg. With the ability to transmute organic matter into gold, one could create infinite wealth. Use your imagination, golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas touch without the drawbacks. We are talking riches beyond imagining. And even if we were to split all those riches between the 2 of us, half of infinite wealth is still infinite. Interested? Look, I might have skimmed over that one, but don't be so pedantic. Are you interested or not? Excellent. So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan, but first, tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess
but I
Diana?
guess you're going to tell me.
No problem. Allow me to explain. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking you-know-what. Oh, gods, no! If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of her golden bow. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a trade. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing where it will lead. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first step. Now, you must have questions. Ask away. Because the gods would see you have... So. Wonderful. Now, this is a quality...
This is not going to work.
And here we are. Now, I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you. So it's just at the end of the street on the left.
This is not going to work. Why is it buzzing in here? Jesus.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
That work? Locked. That did not work. That was not a good idea. Okay.
Is that you, partner? Do you have the bow? Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it for you. A little bit slow, aren't you? Yes, I locked you in. And until you give me my bow, you're going to stay in there, like Tantalus in Tartarus.
How's it not against the rules? You said you split the riches between two of them.
No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh, I do love a good loophole.
How can I trust you after you double-crossed me like
You're
this?
just gonna have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognise my own handiwork. I would reconsider my position quickly, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest. And they can... You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man. But I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out if they were...
Or I can just sneak out through here. Dead guy. Lots and lots of arrows. Interesting. An orange sponge. Why did you make me pick this up? An arse sponge. That's worked out rather well for me, hasn't it? Didn't work out rather well for you guys, though. My beloved Galatia, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. Devils will call me mad or monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you.
Call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me, a rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again, and turning back, I discovered that even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke.
Unfortunate, but yes, correct. And we are out. Oh, loading. You know what, since we've had a load. Oh, this way's barred, it's not going to let me out. This way's barred as well, so give me one way to go. Whoa, what the fuck is that? Peeled statue, they're peeling these guys off. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend peeling that shit off. Don't know what she was trying here, but I don't think it was a good idea. Not the smartest thing she's ever done.
You're not supposed to be here.
You're welcome, don't worry about it. He's just gone loopy. He's lost it. Thank you, lady. Nope. Nope, and nope, and nope. Suddenly it's turned into a horror game. Who'd have thunk it? Oh shit. Luckily it's not a very difficult horror game, so you know, all works out. Thanks for the arrows. Yeah, what? Don't mind. I don't mind by how upset they are. I would too would be upset if some crazy lady had this pilled pot for me off. What did that achieve, apart from pissing me everyone off? You're welcome. I wonder what initially happened in this place. Like, it is a very interesting mystery. Like, they does tell a story about everything falling over and collapsing. The locked doors, the barricaded rooms. All very impressive stuff.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them,
Looks like charity, this does.
tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned
You know,
place,
when they were kicking
I
off,
began to
perhaps
spend
they
my
did not
days
put two and two together and think,
sharing with its
maybe these guys don't want this to happen.
my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak.
You lost it. You lost it. Let's not pretend. You went loopy in here. You thought, you know what? Let's start torturing some ghost boys or some golden boys.
Difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
How's that worked out for you? Oh no, good thing you're not already a good horror film, a horror game, otherwise I'd been scared by that. I'm glad they haven't overdone this area, otherwise it should not be very good. But let's be honest, this is not riveting gameplay. Riveting story, but that gameplay is eek. Black. Nope. Guess we're going this way. Okay. More coins. It's always nice to have denarii I don't need. What do you mean you? I didn't do it, did I? I'm helping you. I didn't do it, did I? What are you getting angry at me for? Nice work. I'm exploring first. Probably should be going back to where I came. Oh no, I've got to go that way. I thought the doorway would be leading me the other way. Oh no, no, I can't go. I've got to go this way. I have a sneaking suspicion this is going to be one of the endings and I've already committed.
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath, and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength and those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodame to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear her flailing and launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in. Still, as much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both mind and body, and ensuring your humanity is preserved. I promise you this. One day you will be free, even if I have to free every last statue of this god's.
Oh, you're a quick one, aren't you? Good thing I regen health like it's Call of Duty. Oh no! Alright, yeah, a little bit repetitive now. I will be honest with you. This should have ended about 10 minutes ago. Jesus. Hello. Hello,
And
Navia.
you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that. And you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve. Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments in peace, for her. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. She's in agony.
I don't think I did this.
All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead. What's so special about you? What do you mean, the same voice? Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was... Wait, I see what you're doing. You're trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard work, then swoop in? Is that it? Liar! You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do.
Don't do it.
Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too. What? What are you talking about? Wait. So you're saying you weren't coming for us? So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What have I done? Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this. And in so much pain. It's the air coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule and let it run its course. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut. It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry. What? How? Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess, I'll give you the key to my old medical chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I imagine it would help Lucretia ease the suffering of those still in the city. But if you're lying to me, I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood?
You wanna talk first?
You did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you, thank you. I swear I will never harm her again. I swear it. I'll stay here to keep her company. But these poor souls, what can be done for them? I've tried everything I can. I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place. In any case, I must honor our bargain. Here's the key I promised you. It opens a chest in the
I already have it. I stole it from you, but thanks.
Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace. Go.
This did not help me. What was the point of this whole exercise? Yeah, this was pretty rough. Okay, so next is try and get people to vote for Galerius.
Greetings and salute. My friend. And in a city full of Romans, you are asking, my name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but at first I pull my hair out. After a while I give up. But my point is this. If you want to know who stole and not the plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Dully. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that want. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter. Gale. But
I'd rather get these guys to vote for someone else. But you can't vote, sorry.
Whatever's in that great temple up there. Oh, you see, my plan was to give you a little, but when I open... Partner, I swear... Fine. Sentius, I suppose. Yeah? Certainly. Nothing illegal about it. Pleasure doing business. Very well.
Thanks, 2,000 denarii. That should win that election. Now I need to get another fellow. To vote for that for him. That's one man I've got voting for him.
What now? What?
Okay, I need another man to vote for him.
Leave.
No, he won't vote for him. How about you?
Citizen. See.
Nope.
I hope you have a good... you've returned. Thank you.
Nope, that's no help.
What is...
No, that's no help. Come on, help me bias the selection in my favour.
No. Alright.
Alright, so what other fellows are here? Ah, Virgil. I can get Virgil on side. Virgil on side, then that leaves one more fellow, and we're good. And hopefully it'll be enough.
Sometimes I stare at the... I hear... Nice to...
Nope, okay, apparently not. Oh, my frames have gone. Now they're back.
Oh, Ray.
Hello? Hello. Do you like it? But it's, well, like, but, oh, yeah, Galerius will let me out.
Oh, I need Galerius to win the election, for fuck's sake. What other men are there in here so I can get them to vote? Yes, I know you can't move. I've made that painfully clear.
Citizen.
Hello, Octavia.
Welcome. That's if you're well. Are you? Even if I had seen it, and even if I had seen. All right. Well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
I'm pretty sure I already talked to you.
No. Well, P.S. What?
That's...
What?
Why?
I'm...
I'm sorry.
Please, help.
You... Well, you don't... If I... Oh, that was... Yulia and I... So... Really? You'd... It seemed... Thank you. Thank you. I just... I'll go and...
Don't worry about it now. I need you to do some things for me. Or you can just run away from me.
You're taking care of yourself.
Stop running. I require your aid. You shouldn't. This is a bit bugged. You shouldn't need that money because I've already told you to be. I've already told Malleus or whatever to be released from bondage.
Where have you been, you little stirkus? You shouldn't even be outside the villa.
None of that matters anymore. I'm paying off my debt, and Julia's. Our debt bondage is over.
Let me see that.
Here. In fact, you take it to him. I don't ever want to see his face again.
Huh. You actually did it. I'll make sure he gets this. But you're still a pathetic little stirkus, free or not.
I don't care what you think. You don't have any power anymore.
Alright, come on. Stop running around everywhere, you potato. Damn you!
Yulia! I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why do you look so happy?
We're free. I've just paid off our debts. We never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
This complete stranger just walked up and gave me the money to pay off our debts.
Really? That's... incredible.
Oh.
What a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
Good, Ulpius. You want to have a chat now? I need to vote for someone.
Shalom. Scintilla and I... All right. One night a few months ago, when I was cleaning, I wasn't allowed out. So once everyone else was asleep, I climbed up the inside of the villa and onto the roof, just to see where that sound was coming from. And that's when I saw her. Standing in the garden of the magistrate's villa, I just sat there on the roof, listening to her with my chin on my knees. And for the first time in a long time, I felt hopeful.
Yes, yes.
And then she looked up and saw me and she smiled. And from the moment she asked my name with this, and so for weeks on end, each night we'd hold hands and talk about all the things we'd do. And then one morning I woke up and all I could do was keep my head down and try to hide. All I know is she loved me. She'd never have taken her own life. I can't prove it, but I just know she's still alive somehow. Somebody abducted her. I have... My guess? Malleolus had something to do with it. He is without doubt the most evil man I have ever known. I have no idea where he'd be keeping her, But there
But
is one room in
found
his
this on
villa,
Steam,
upstairs,
which is called A Hidden
which
Gem.
is
What's your-
always
I
locked.
think it's a very good
I've
game.
never seen the inside of it.
I think it's going to be a one
And I haven't
playthrough
been able to
game
steal a key
because once
without
you've
breaking
worked
the
out
golden
the
rule.
mystery,
But I have a feeling that if you could get in
well,
there somehow,
that's all there
it
is
would
to it.
shed
You know,
light
it's like a
on
puzzle game.
great many things.
But I think the setting's great, and I think, I've been playing it for about 4 hours now, and I've been enjoying every second of it. It's not too difficult. It feels like it's quite organic the way you solve things, as long as you go along. Just go along trying to do the quests, and it normally sorts itself out. So I feel like there's not too much challenge in it, but it's mostly mostly trying to unravel the mystery of the actual game.
Really? I was sure
But I
he
think
was
it's really
hiding
good.
something in there.
I think it's a really good game.
I feel like I've looked everywhere. At least everywhere I could get to. There are still 2 places I've never... First, the palace. If Navia managed to get... Oh, the only other place she could be... I remember hearing that
Really good
Dooley
game.
had been poking around in the upper cistern before he was locked up. All right, friend.
This does not help me, old boy. What I need you to do is vote for a certain someone.
Shalom. All right, friend.
Nope. Okay, we'll save it, and we'll see if we can get this election well and truly underway. So quick save. Hello,
Wonder how much
Decius.
one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Oh, Vega.
It's already happened. What do you mean it's already happened?
See you.
Well, what a crock of shit.
Salve.
Yeah, I mean, this is on medium graphics because it doesn't stream very well, but it is a very pretty game. Yeah, very pretty and just a generally a rather enjoyable game. But the graphics are acceptable. I'll take this, fucking hell. But it's a long one, but I think it's because I've been taking my time and I've been playing it non-stop. But yeah, it's a very good game. I mean, if you're thinking about getting it, I wouldn't spoil it for. I wouldn't watch the stream if I'm honest. I'd keep it unspoiled because part of the great thing about this game was about working things out and just immersing yourself in the setting. It is going to be a one playthrough game. You won't come back to it because it's once you've worked out how to do everything, there's not going to be any sort of degree of challenge. So I need to
Salve.
start the day again. Sorry, Galerius.
Don't shoot.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. I need to start selection again. Oh shit, fucked it up. Wasn't really the plan, if I'm honest. I've already had this storyline. Let's load this back up. I've already had that bad ending. So you've already had the election. No one's actually committed any crime.
Don't you just love springtime?
Sorry, old
Don't
boy.
shoot. I'm not.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I'll take that. Thank you. And then we turn left here. Keep running. And I think I'm getting close to the end now, if I'm honest. I think I'm going to solve the riddle. So that's why I'm still pushing out. Sorry, Sentius. Hello again.
Well, Yulia. Oh, all right. I'll go.
Thank you for doing all that for me. Then I need you to stand for an election. And once you've stood for the election, we can bribe Dionysius. And once we've bribed Dionysius, we can
The 49
hopefully continue the story. Get this money because I'm going to be running out soon. I'll just take all the wine in the world, why not? What I need to do now is check my quests. So I know there's a plaque over here, so I go get that Roman plaque. I need to get Dooley's plaque.
Cerberus lifts his triple head.
Yes, yes, I'm well aware. Yep, you're miserable.
Lydia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
Whoa, this is the wrong way. I've been misled. Been tricked.
Lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own.
This way. More wine. Roman plaque. Pluto, father of riches, take item. Wooden carving. There's a little fish symbol, eh? I'll take the key, fine. I don't really need to take the key. I mean, I already know Octavia's a Christian, so it doesn't really matter to me. So next I need to get Dooley out, and I have to do that by rigging an election. Why is this here? Oh, nice. Let me down. You. Okay. Out the way. Yes. The whispering, the constant whispering. Now where's Galerius? I need him. There's Equitania. Talk to you.
are they?
What? You're not busy. Stop praying. I have a job for you. Where are you, Galerius? You're over there. Galerius, please.
Citizen.
Oh, you're doing all my jobs for me for now. The Greek plaque. Actually, I've not run into Kabash yet, so let's talk to Kabash.
Yulia.
And that's the final thing I have to do is, I believe, that election.
I love your clothes. Oh, and you. What was that? This. Not for a few weeks now. I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want anyone else to know. The one word I kept hearing was vanishing. And then, the next day, Kabash just disappeared. Coincidence? I think not. All right.
And back. Pieces are coming together. Come on, Georgie. Stop lying to me.
Great. My friend. I knew this day would come. I do not... Please, let us leave the live coals safely be... Very well. But the Majesty, for several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors in the temple of Demeter. Each day, I leave offerings of food in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest. And yet the next day, when I return, the food is missing. The offering it is, so I ask. Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn. Nothing. Nobody entered. And yet when I went to take a look, when I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate. I do not think you should pursue this, my friend. It would... But you do not strike me as a kind of person...
Let's go. Well, that's pretty easy. That's painfully easy. Can't fall down there, so okay. A long winding track. Hello, old boy.
Come and join me by the fire. Welcome, welcome. It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me what... Ah, yes, that cursed thing. I know exactly where it is. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I have been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule?
I have. It's Pluto.
Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue?
Fine.
Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question.
You're probably a god,
Would you
aren't
say
you?
you know the difference between right and wrong? And to what extent? In every situation? You sound confident, but I must ask, has your confidence not waned upon finding yourself in this place? Knowing that your moral errors will result in the deaths of yourself and everyone around you, how confident are you now? Interesting. I'm reminded of something Socrates once said. To paraphrase, better to know that you know nothing than to know nothing and think that you know. It is because knowledgeable people have learned enough to know they know very little in the broader scheme of things. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the Golden Rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree?
I would agree.
So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing? Let me guess. Is it yours? And that's a credit to you. It is the mark of a civilized person to change their position when presented with a superior argument. My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong. Surely you would agree there are circumstances where an exception may be made, such as where it is necessary for self-defense, or for any rule you can imagine there are countless situations in which that... If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve.
What's the point of this place? It's like a torture chamber, isn't it?
In mathematics,
Yeah, but now you're going to do
some
something wrong, so I'm going to put you in and tell you not to do anything wrong.
never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions. You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with... I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night, I found myself in a tavern, in an argument with a drunk mercenary. It became heated, he drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but But even with all my skill, I failed. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny. They are one and the same. The road. My generation was wiped out, turned to gold many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid the same fate by hiding down here. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again. I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were some from malnutrition, others from madness and despair. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected... Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge... And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the temple of Demeter. The greater challenge is the isolation. So I like to imagine arguments, where I argue both sides. But, like so many things in life...
You're a funny fellow, old boy.
As you wish. Ha! If I... Did we not discuss it at... You seek the plot. It is a cursed object, and I would be... I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, when the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the Shrine of Persephone became the Shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans. However, there was one thing that an even older plot. We had no idea until, as a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people. You see, we proud Greeks had thought but it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow. There are certain things. Take this key.
Okay, thank you very much.
I enjoyed our chat.
I will. I'm not going to give you the good news. I was in fact looking for the Greek inscription, but okay.
Ah, you've returned.
Oh, he's got a little bathtub. Let's do this. Save, unlock, let's go. We're really going through Hades now. Egyptian stuff, okay. A hole in the ground, interesting. More gold, boys. seem upset. Okay, the Egyptians got the good news. Oh, I'm dropping frames in here. Frames are going. Rather boring enemies. Lion statue. Any of you guys gonna wake up and piss me off? Nope.
Stop. Do not come any closer. Who are you? I am Kabash. And let me guess. Another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors, To what end? That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it, and restore the honor of Osiris.
Thank you.
Now, Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was. You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it.
Why?
Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie. I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is? It has a name, and that is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story, and here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with
It's fascinating stuff. Why won't you give me the next
even
tablet?
the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us. And that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us.
Okay, you need
But
some
this,
copium.
I cannot accept.
Well, let's see if I've got any copium on the right hand side for
I
you.
sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more. You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name. You are too late. It is done.
You fucker.
You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with...
Fucking great. Nurgle the Fierce One. Oh god, it's only, next thing you know, it's going to be 40k. Bloody hell, it looks like the end of the world over here. Stranger, heed the final words of Nam Kuzu. Bear witness to our aftermath and lament us. We did our best to live as the gods commanded. We planted and harvested together. We shared bread and beer. We accepted newcomers with open arms as if family. While each newcomer, the bonds of our family strained, and soon we were strangers to each other. And then these bonds were finally broken. My brothers and sisters planted only for themselves, ate and drank alone. It was there, in the empty space between us, that sin took root. Noble sentiments have awoken and climb at our barricades. Learn from our mistakes. Interesting. Holy fuck. Oh shit. I'm not going to press that again, am I?
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here. I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege, but you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed? Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy? Then you admit it. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship. We prepared to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. And now I ask myself, did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all our lives simply to trick us into obedience? I am not sure I follow. Speak plainly. Perhaps there is some truth in that. What is your point? You are persuasive. Very well. I will let you live, and you may do what you will with that plaque.
Cheers, thanks.
I will remain here for a while and attempt to learn what...
I was going to press this and get you killed, but thanks for that. There's no point going down here. Interesting set piece, but glorified waste of time. Let's go. I like how there's just like a philosopher hiding from Hades. I thought that was interesting. to take me back down. We're done here. I got what I needed from Kabash. He's just gonna lure, or it's gonna hide there from now on. Now I need to go speak to Grug.
Ah, you've returned. Good.
Let's get out of here so I can speak to Grug. Loading. And loading. And there we go. So I got 2 of 3. We need 2 more. But first we need to speak to a certain someone.
Oh. Oh, and now. But... he did? I'll let... Alright.
Okay, F6 to save.
Citizen. Name's... Sentius. No. Fine.
Next man.
Welcome to my humble... Truly, my imagination runs wild. Should I stop my offerings though? Very well. Now, Galerius, did you know he saved the life of my young friend? But of course, I
Good,
hope...
good bloke. Oh, you already talked to you.
Ah, no. Oh.
Salve. Hello? Sent you. Yeah? So, nothing illegal about it. Pleasure doing. Very well.
Thank you. And I need to go use my thing to get some money. Bloody hell. Frames are suddenly just dropping. I think probably my laptop's been on for too long. No items? What do you mean no items? Shit. Oh, thank God. Next person I need to speak to. Virgil.
Sometimes I stare at the... I hear... Galerius. All right. Nice to...
Thank you.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not? What? What?
Alright, let's save the game. Let's have Aqueducts. See what happens. F6. Talk to Aqueducts.
A new face. It must be. It'll be. Why do you... As I... Yes. Very well.
And see what we get. See who votes against.
Citizens, it is time.
Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Time to go to the theater.
It doesn't look like anyone's meeting for this election. I may have to talk to him again. Okay. Are we still waiting for people, are we? Yep. For a forgotten city, there's only like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 16 people in total. So I'll have his vote, his vote, his vote, hopefully his vote as well.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helver. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Galerius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving.
Really?
Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who
Four.
saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my
Five.
rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helver.
What?
It has been decided. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
How are you feeling about this, Sentius?
We're finally alone. Is that? Look now. Nothing really. It won't be long before the golden. I dare say it won't affect. Thank you.
Okay, now that's done, we can go speak to Dooley, and Dooley will square us away.
You're going to let me out?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Hey, Dooley.
Oh, thank you. You could have made my friend. He gave me a key to this. Please help me find it. Oh, thank you. hope you find it. Oh, look, maybe it is treasure.
And that's the final plaque.
I can see it for myself.
So we can go up to the top now.
And it's just lying out here.
And probably get to the end.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
What happened there? It's Dooley. Dooley is the one who will break the golden rule. If Dooley's ever allowed out. We all knew it was going to be Dooley. No, actually, I didn't think it'd be Dooley. I need to turn off the PP filter. 1 second, that's probably why. Display brightness. Change brightness level because I've got my nighttime filter on, which is what's probably destroying me.
Well, you? Oh, all right. Oh.
Thank you. And I need to talk to Dooley.
Ixion.
But as soon as he got let out, he broke the golden rule.
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Where is this guy?
With... I'm... Yeah.
Why do you say that?
Why in Pluto's name would you do?
The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is...
He's been trying to enlist help with this for months. If you don't help him, then it looks like you'll have to continue your...
Of course.
Yeah.
None of these people.
Why then did... It looks like you'll have to...
So we'll have to solve that at a later period.
On your best behavior, I trust?
It seems like if you just do all the leads and all the quests, then the plot sorts itself out. Okay, let's F6 this to save. And let's do the plaques. Let me in. I need to speak with Good. Okay. Which one's this? Probably Nurgle. Whoa, what the fuck? What the fuck?
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You're unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will. My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know? It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful, just as you might seem so to an insect. But despite all that, there are rules even I must obey. My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with your kind. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords: desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive. No. Long ago, I swore to Persephone that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor that. This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians,
Doesn't look very interested, does she?
to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal. Your gaze lingers too long.
And who is that on your right?
That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. You will talk more later. For now, ask your questions. As you wish.
What is this place?
It has come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago. That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago, my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer, We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time, you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you
what a shit job.
without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting. There were also gods who, like me, our leader, and of course,
Yep.
as the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives, and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten. To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's obol, or as coins for the ferryman. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for. Only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Persepolis along with it. It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer, and a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth. Of course, that is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing. That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold, and when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind for eternity, as silent golden sentinels. I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it. When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. A consolation prize of sorts. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with "do to the doer" to make him do. The Greeks refined it with "avoid doing what you would blame others for doing." The Roman Stoics added, "treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you." Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, "Do unto others as you would have them do unto you." It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not? Enough. You clearly know nothing. I am able to commune with all of the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes. If she was still conscious, I suppose she could. Then what an odd... Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalization? I have seen no such thing, but in any case, taking one's own life is a self-directed act. It is not one that is done to others, however they may be affected by it. Therefore, it cannot be said that one who commits suicide...
Fair enough.
Now tell me, what other... The merchant. How is that inconsistent with the rule I've outlined?
I wouldn't want someone else to man that which is plus mentioned immediately.
I disagree. Having watched this merchant, that is precisely what he would expect from others, and he would be quite capable of paying the price anyway. Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree. It requires us to ask what another person would want if they found themselves in another situation. Not if we're wise enough to know the mind of man. Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately.
Fuck's sake.
Is that what you want?
Oh no.
Then your desire to be right, you will make a pathetic.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Give me the crown, give me the crown, give me the crown. Okay. Run away. So it looks like I pissed him off. Wasn't really the plan. I wanted to talk to him some more. How do I get out of here? Go this way. Space God is not happy. And back through the wormhole. Hello again.
Salve. All right. I'll go.
I go speak to the Overlord one more time. And I think we'll have another ending we can also have where you just escape by yourself. That's gonna be Greek. Then it's Nurgle. Hades. Osiris. And then it's Nurgle. Yep. Hello again.
And he allowed that this did you the tavern keeper, yes? I disagree. Having watched that tavern keeper, that is precisely what she would expect from others. Now tell me, you speak of the moneylender, and he would never have signed a contract pledging his labor for 30 years. All he did was enforce the terms of a... ignoring your irritating sense of moral superiority. I see. And how... I fail to see how your system of loans is... Now tell me, the midwife and the palace. The rule is do unto others, meaning other people. Those statues are something else now. They are forsaken. What? Applying this rule always requires us to... Supposing you're right. Now tell me. Do you honestly... I should strike you... Very well. I would recognize that anywhere. And yet... You vile despair.
I could do this whole day and the golden rule I will.
You have put me in an impossible position. If I refuse, you will murder her. And yet, if I agree, I will lose my wager and return to Elysium humiliated and alone.
Yeah, Doctor Strange ripoff.
I do not see that I have a choice in this. Your treachery and savagery have opened my eyes like nothing I have witnessed in 3,000 years. And now you have shown me your species. This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form. But know this. If I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, because despicable creatures like you, the best I can do is return you. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. Once this exodus begins, the events... What now? You would best pray our paths.
Okay, interesting. That's one ending. Piss off Hades and do a Doctor Strange ripoff.
Oh. Hi there. Well? Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of... I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here. Yep. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all. Then, one day, just as Galerius, an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the ills of saving the life of a dying woman, foiling in and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and the doors just opened up to him. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years? I don't know, it reads like... Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city.
There you go, that's another one of the endings. Oh, okay.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure no... You go on.
Expect I want to get cursed by Hades. Or the space god, whoever he is.
You're back! But you're alone. Ah, what a relief. Why don't you tell me what you discovered? Ah, I see. I thought you might.
Fuck's sake.
Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Charon if you... I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity. That you died of my role as the servant of the god of the underworld. Usually, most souls would rather ask yourself honestly.
Yeah, why not?
As you made a purchase in a marketplace, and the change you received was, but you were seen inspecting it. The shopkeeper who had given you the coin, you both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed. There was nothing He died instantly at the scene. That man's name, you were each in possession of a sacred coin. called Karen's Opal by some. And so it was my duty to bring you here. It means there is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course. Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greek. Well, a lot my... It means there is no... I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself. Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to...
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. And there was a tablet describing an oracle.
Sounds like quite a story. You two look exhausted.
Sounds good to me.
And you?
That's another ending. That was not too bad an ending. That was impressive. Oh, Jesus. Goes on and on, doesn't it?
Hey! After everything you've been through, so after we got back to the real world, I started doing... I'm sorry I've been so... Why don't you head on down there?
Okay, go in this way.
You're finally here. It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Karen appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason... Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation. I wanted to say thanks for freeing... I know. We're planning... Of course.
This better not be death by... Yeah, good.
Hey.
So you can talk to all your characters before you go all the way down to the end of the hole.
Some soiree, innit?
I'm not going to do that because it's a bit cheesy. What do you want, Al? This is silly. It should have ended. It should have ended 5 minutes ago.
There you are. Now there's one more person.
Sorry if I frightened you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Persephone, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. I wanted to
now it's fucking silly. It's fucking silly now.
Indeed. I was able to control their tongues. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. I don't know what happened to him. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. She wouldn't say what it was. I did. I may have given up my immortality after witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second... And you. Oh, and one last thing. Good. Because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
The canon ending. Alright, that was ending 4-4. So we did ending 1, we'll do ending 3, and then go from there. So once again, quit out. And then for the last ending, we will watch the actual full story. But I'm pretty tired now. We've been going on for 6 hours. So we'll do the last ditch effort to get the last ending. Oh, wait, I missed the second ending. I suspect the second ending is if you pick the most guilty person, then it stops the failed election.
Very well. Good. Only it has long been with him. When I peer into you, Charon.
I do not remember. If that is true.
How did you come to be?
He cannot know.
That would explain why. You would have me believe that all this time, then she has chosen poor. You will make a... First, you betray her trust. The many shall suffer.
Okay, so I need to respawn here. You weird space god, motherfucker. Okay, and then I need to go and do... water under the bridge. Which I believe is this way. Yeah, let me in. Why are you being held down here? You alright?
You. Do you know you're here? I'm Scintilla. I found a way out through the gate of Thorn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key. Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me.
Oh, Sentius is the bad guy.
Crucify him. I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either. Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us up. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and here... I'm going to take that key from her. I'm done caring about the golden rule. There won't be enough time.
Sorry, but if I let you go, everyone else is going to die. What if I round everyone up so they're ready to escape once the golden rule is broken?
There's no time. Oh, thank you. He's here. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
Alright, Sentius is a bad guy, apparently.
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she? So that is how it's going to be. It's a shame, really, if you'd have been looping through time forever until you gave up and killed yourself. Just like that soft-hearted pleb, Al. Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you were a little... He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I'd have preferred if you'd given me more time to enjoy the trappings of my success. How many extra days did you give me? Just the 9? Not a lot compared with Al, but I've seized every day, nonetheless. In any case, there's no escape for you except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Better to end it all now than find out what awaits you beyond that portal. So, you discovered my secret. So what? what are you going to do about it? Of course. There's no way you could have succeeded. Every soul who has ever found themselves here has broken the golden rule eventually. It is inevitable. Man will always sin sooner or later. Any idiot could tell you this. But where others might see tragedy, I saw opportunity. As I told you the first time we met, I found a way to cheat death. By reliving the same day over and over again forever. And I will continue living long after your dust. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and over again, for eternity. Don't you see?
It's a bit of a 180
I have
like
found a way
as a
to
character,
prolong
you know?
my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself? Do you really think you could take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bow? Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Okay, that's the other ending.
Hi there. Well, really, I was just reading an old tablet I found here. It described an event about 2000, freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her. It said the attack caused golden statues to come along. Apparently, the only person to survive was Scintilla, while the stranger... let me see that. God, why does this... I've spent this... So you're saying... I guess you say... Maybe...
Okay. I reckon this is probably also ending 2 if you decide to do things a bit differently. Like, not release his daughter. And talk to that fellow and you get to live forever in the loop.
I'm gonna pause. You go...
Bloody hell, this has been a long old game. Really fun, really enjoyable. Normally I wouldn't be able to do a 6-hour stint, but I'm glad I did.
You're back! Oh, what a relief. Why don't you tell me what...
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You could... That... Oh, I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Ow!
Kinda like... No, I
don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Sentia,
Thank you very much.
Sounds like you meant a lot. You too.
Sounds good.
And you?
Get me the fuck out of here. Get me the fuck out of here. That's ending 2. So ending 1 is kill the guy straight away. Ending 2, I reckon ending 3 is if you delay and get everyone to leave that way. And ending 4 is the canon ending, which we've done. I'm not going to do ending 3 because I just think it's going to be repetition. But that was an extremely good game. I had a lot of fun playing it. I won't probably replay it again, but it is a standalone hidden gem. It's not very difficult, not very challenging, but it's the story that really... It's not really a puzzle as well. Like you won't get stuck because there's not a lot. There's not enough for you to do for you to get stuck. If you know what I mean. You're not gonna. There's not too many things to rob. There's not too many branching paths. You just got to follow the basic common sense approach, and you'll get to the end of it. But that was an extremely fun game. Can't complain in the slightest. A very good game. And with that, we will call it a day. I'm going to leave this running while I go for a smoke, and then I will switch off and we will go to bed. So thank you for watching, gentlemen, and have a good one. Adieu.